Command Center access granted. Welcome to the Command Center, Captain. Engaging forward control panel.
An officer has arrived in Command Center.
Open. Hello, welcome aboard. Welcome to our game Jelly Night.
Woo-hoo.
And woo, right on. Let's see. I feel like I missed hitting a button or two, but that's okay. I couldn't hear anything again.
An officer has arrived in Command Center.
No?
No, not through my stream. I can't hear anything. I'm back to that issue. And the last time this happened to me, I had to reset every audio
An officer has arrived in Command Center.
device
That's awful.
independently, like one at a time. I had to go through and reset every single audio device. All right. Well, anyhow, welcome in, everybody. We're ready to tackle our project, Royal Rumble. We've got been working and making progress. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Glad to have everyone here. And, yeah, we're going to just sort of, I don't know, roll along with it. Ha!
Roll along with
I don't get it.
it.
We should have a counter every time someone makes like a rolling
Yeah.
pun.
Yep. Any kind
That
of
sounds
ball
like a
pun.
job that Abomination does not want. All right. I think I'm going to have to
like
go
that.
through.
Sorry, Abomination.
Mm-hmm.
I like the overlay at the bottom of the screen.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We've got, I've got all kinds of cool new additions. If you take a close look at it, there's a lot of new stuff going on in there.
Very nice. I love
It's
it.
pretty
Yeah,
fun.
it looks good.
We got a better text scroll. I don't know if anybody can tell the difference, but there's a lot of work done there
Yeah.
that's cleaned up.
It looks really
We
nice.
got new text at the bottom of the screen to help direct you to, how you can change the condition and do other stuff. We've got audio meters up at the top.
Yeah,
We
very
got
fancy.
all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah.
I love it.
But
Looks
what I
good,
don't
man. Well
love
done.
is apparently I'm going to have to go through and reset every single one of these one by one again. I do not like OBS's most recent update. This is really, really bad. I never had this problem until then. But I guess it is what it is.
All right.
Off, output.
So what's excuse me. What's everyone working on?
Let's see. Speaking of that, let's put your work up there on the screen. Boom.
I'm working on the bowls again. I'm gonna adjust
Yeah, it looks really good.
the size of the door opening there. So that's what I'm gonna work on. What about you guys?
Sweet. As soon as I get my audio fixed, I am going to work on. I am going to work on, I think, a startup screen. Yeah.
Nice.
I started it last week and I had some ideas on it, and I think I'm scrapping that and starting over. I've got better ideas.
All right.
Very cool. Ludum.
Um, I'm not too sure yet. Like, because we have the bowl area, which Attack is working on, and then we have a straight path to the next area, which is kind of like that arena where you have the little knights that kind of move around, and the players kind of have to destroy them, if you will, in order to open the drawbridge. There's that area that's kind of placed there. So I'm trying to think of the area after that, which I'm thinking would be kind of like the entering of the castle in a sense, or like kind of that. So I'm contemplating what would be the entry point to that area and exactly how the players would transition from almost like a combat-ish element with the knights into another like flow like area involving rather a courtyard to a castle or actually entering the castle, and how players can collect points along the way and just kind of creating an element of kind of a race but point gathering without separating the players at the same time too far. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Nice. Very
Gotcha.
cool.
All right.
Very exciting.
So what about you, bud?
I'm working on the third part of the music, creating a sort of something more calm and not as busy as the beginning sections. So something to contrast nicely what came before, using mainly string instruments. That's about it.
Nice.
Well, speaking of the musical element, so I don't know if we're actually gonna go with this night fighting element for the second part, like the second arena or whatnot. But having almost kind of like a neat little battle, like repetitive battle music,
Mhm.
right, would probably be kind of cool for that. Kind of make it. I'm picturing it kind of like epic. Oh, like not overly epic, but if you have a bunch of random balls just kind of bouncing around, and the goal of the players is to destroy these knights, right? To create a little bit of like a fun tension element while hearing like that bouncing. I don't want to call it a pinball sound,
Mhm.
but it's almost like a clashing of steel, if you will, as they bounce off, and having that
Okay.
light epic background behind it. I think that'd be kind of cool for that arena. Almost create, I won't call it a boss battle, but kind of elevate it a bit while players are trying to passively kill these knights, but they don't have control, right? Because they're just bouncing off stuff. I was thinking that'd be kind of neat. I don't know. What do you guys think about that element with that arena if we go that route?
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Yeah, I think
I
it's
think
good.
that would I think that would be cool. Um, sorry, I'll let anybody else chime in on that before I bring up
I
my
You guys have
question.
yeah, I like the idea of it kind of breaking things up, you know?
mhm.
Yeah,
You guys
I
have
like it.
some pieces of music you have in mind
Like
that
to be
might be
inspired.
used as a like an inspiration.
Hmm.
What was that attack?
Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I know.
What?
Captain Kirk when he's fighting that the
Oh,
dude.
Oh my God.
uh,
I'm just kidding. That's a little
Well,
too
he's
intense.
he's
from the
working on the
original
soft
series.
part.
Wait, which series?
Yeah.
Right?
Strange New
That's what I
Yeah, it
was
was the
wondering.
original. Yep.
I'm
Or was
like,
that
I think
like the
that's so
no,
original
no,
vague.
series?
yeah, it's the original. It was vague. I apologize. Now that you
It's
mention it, that was actually very vague.
it'd be like what Strange New Worlds has a little bit of Kirk in there.
Captain Kirk fighting. Okay, well we got like 8 series to choose from,
Yeah,
There's
right.
multiple
Oh,
movies.
Um,
like
there's a melodic
I think it's
figure
versus
from
Gorn.
there's a melodic figure in one of the original series, one of the episodes, where it's just so repetitive. I'm just like, oh my gosh, this music's driving me crazy, and I can't stand it. I think it was also when Kirk was fighting the Gorn, right? Or
Yeah, I think it's
the
Gorn.
music for that was like, oh, just
Yeah.
kinda like, I don't know. Or another episode.
Oh no, I was
was,
thinking of the Spock fight, Kirk versus Spock. That's what I was thinking of.
Oh yeah.
It was what was it? It was like the episode where they're going to the neutral zone, or they're entering the neutral zone. Neutral zone, excuse me. I think the music during that part was kind of like, oh my god, just so repetitive, and I don't know. It wasn't crazy. I wasn't crazy for the music. Anyway,
Okay.
so Ludum, you said Kirk fighting Spock. What?
I mean, that I was more so joking
I
about that
think
because that's a little too intense.
I mean, during a boss fight, I could totally see that.
But
tried.
maybe have that
Big
vibe a
challenge for
little
me.
toned down, right? You know, just like bring it down like a half step. Not in key or anything, but just like doesn't have to be that epic, but to create that little bit of like boss battle feel. Think of it like a mini boss. There we go. Almost like a mini boss feel.
Okay, I could try.
But
yeah.
fun.
I know this isn't the game, and so I know it's not as important, but I do think like it's super cool. So I want to take a moment to point it out. If you guys look up at on the screen in the stream, up above the view screen, you'll see some audio monitors, and if you talk, you'll actually see that that's live. That's your guys' mics
wow.
and stuff up there.
Nice.
Where's mine? Where's mine? Where's mine?
Where's mine?
Moshi, moshi,
Where's
moshi,
mine?
moshi.
Whoa.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh,
somebody
probably driving
clip
everyone
that.
crazy. Hey, someone's peeking. So we need to peek in the yellow. And we got to make sure we don't go into the red.
How do you clip again?
That's an abomination.
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Guys are
So,
hilarious.
yeah, there's a little bit of red here and there.
Which one's mine?
Who's going in the red? Someone's going in the red. So
Oh,
you just got to
man.
make sure we peek
Oh, there
in
you
the
go. That one's
yellow,
mine.
not in the red. So then you're gonna get some distortion and clipping.
Indeed, indeed. Thank you, Travis.
I mean, you guys probably all already know that. So
Here we go. I'll slide this down a little further so we get my mic on there too.
testing. Oh, is that me? Hello. Oh, I think I can turn my gain down. I can turn down my microphone.
Oh, you don't want to do that. You're probably the quietest one.
What am I? Okay, so if I speak closer into the microphone, maybe that would be better.
There you go.
Is
You
this better?
good? It's all good.
Okay. So
All
don't
right.
mind me. I'll be working on the music. There's a certain spot that's a little odd.
Oh my gosh. Abomination and Royal Pain are pretty funny. I'm just getting caught up on their conversation in the chat. Just don't
Oh, okay.
don't mess with any sound that will interfere with us hearing the pup snores.
Well, they're behind me, as you can see. Hey, what are you guys doing? This is rated PG.
Good stuff. All right. I think I'm going to let's do a split screen up there on that view screen so that we can share a couple different screens of what's going on. There we go. Should probably swap them, huh? So that yours is above you, Travis. And mine.
Oh, sure. Go on.
Or I can swap us.
You can take turns.
Whoops, I was on the wrong screen. Didn't mean to
Oh,
do
is there
that.
a way to automate that? So maybe every 30 minutes it swaps out Just to-
Yeah, what I actually really want to do is make it so that the viewers can decide and rotate things around.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
All right, what did I do? I clicked all kinds of things wrong. Okay, let's go back to here and here.
Can you get your butthole away from my microphone, please? That's kind of gross.
Who was that? Doodle?
Oh
Kitty
my
cat.
God. Yeah.
Cat.
Yeah.
Kitty.
Like Cat Solaire likes to hang out on my desk, and he'll just spin around, and his butthole gets really close to my microphone, and it's like, please, please stop.
So, you guys know Frumples, right?
Of course, we love Frumples.
So his behind is like kind of angled a little bit differently, where it's kind of like a little shelf. So
Oh.
when he goes to the bathroom, sometimes there's a little nugget kind of just hanging out.
Oh.
And if you don't like watch carefully, and he jumps on your lap, and like he sits in a way where it's like he's wiping his behind on your pants or shirt, and it gets
Oh, no.
really gross. So anyway, it's probably too
Frumples,
much.
show
but-
show some decency, Frumples.
Yeah,
That's so funny.
it's gross. It's definitely really gross. It's gross. Among little farts that they have throughout the day. I would be working at my computer here, and then just like get whiffs of,
So,
boiled eggs.
Ludum,
Lovely.
I did want to throw your direction. I was primarily going to work on this screen because this startup screen, because my mind goes to chronological, but it's obviously not the biggest priority task. So if you need me to code anything in these areas or work with you to get some of this stuff tested, I can shift gears and work on that. So just talk to me.
Oh, okay. Let's see. So, let's see. Let's see. So, Attack's working on the door. She's making the door for the bowl a little bigger. So we don't need that coded just yet, but we will eventually need like a cap for like the point element for the
Yes.
doors to open. But I guess we could wait for those doors to finish. That'll need an animation for the doors opening as well.
Okay.
Seems that the shields already have the functionality of adding points per hit. I don't know if the shields actually have the collisions set appropriately, and if they bounce balls back. I guess that's something we can test
So
later. I would say let's wait for the bowl to be finished, and then we
Okay.
can. I would suggest waiting for the bowl to be finished, and then we can start tackling some of that functionality for the arena and try to polish that up afterwards. So I'd say just hold off on that for now, and just do whatever you're doing now.
Okay. Just feel free to chime in and let me know if you need me to shift gears. So
Sounds good, sir. Thank you.
awesome. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see. Check in here.
All right. Here we go again with the bowl. Again with the bowl.
Oh, you know what's missing?
Incoming transmission from
sandstorm.
archived footage.
Well, I mean, that's just every moment of life.
Water, what can you do
No one
with
has
water?
hydrated yet.
You
Oh.
need water for
Oh,
the
the
dishes,
water
water for your
song.
hair,
Oh,
water for the fishes,
Attack's getting into it
water
because her
for the
screen
clothes
just
that you wear.
absorbed
It
the
morphed.
video.
I saw that.
Oh, it's a water song. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
We should do like a new rendition of the water song. Like all of us, like meet up somewhere and record a new commercial.
oh my goodness.
That sounds amazing. I'm
Who
so
has a
down
fish
for that.
tank? Anyone has a fish tank? We
Yes.
should do it.
Let's. Oh, cheers.
Cheers,
Cheers.
cheers.
Bye.
Mm. All right.
Lovely.
Let's see. Do, 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 do.
I was thirsty, Royal.
Thank you.
I-
Thank you for the
I was so thirsty I became the water song.
water. Water.
I shall, let me do a little finagling here and see if I can't make it so that it doesn't block you here. I know I can. I'm just going to go ahead and do that, though, is what I mean. So that when something plays, it doesn't cover you up. Let's see. That would be this one.
Okay.
And we're just going to turn off that.
Whew. Alrighty. How am I doing this now?
So studio mode. We're good. All right. Sweet. Yeah, I'd love by next week, if I can. I'm hoping that. Oh, next week we're not going to be on. But by our next session, I'm hoping to have it where we can have a single button rotation of all of our screens and stuff, and that the viewers can basically kind of pick and choose some things with that.
Well, that's neat. It's definitely
So
gonna be
that
a
if-
fun stream to watch.
Yeah, that way if, like people are really interested in seeing that 3D model that you're working on, that can get popped up to the main screen and everything else will just adjust around it instead of me having to figure everything out on the keypad.
Gotcha.
And, or what have you. I think it'll be cool. All right.
It will be cool. That's a really neat little functionality to add.
Oh, I covered this up. Did I do that earlier too? Yep. Didn't even. There we go. Fixed. Still got plenty of things. Plenty of things to add.
Talk about a feature creep over here. Just kidding.
What? Oh, this
Features are
this
fun, though.
channel for
The whole channel.
sure. Like without question. Good opportunity to tell everyone no Game Jelly next week on April 25th. That's true.
Yeah.
It is true.
I know, no jelly.
But
We've got Abomination. You guys are coming down for the event, right?
But we've got an extra stream tomorrow to make up for it.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you mean for the spotlight? You mean?
Yep.
You mean?
Yeah, not Game
Yeah.
Jelly. He's like, what? I didn't sign up
Okay.
for that.
Right?
For a second, I was like, "Wait, hold on. Did I miss something?"
That's
What are we
right.
doing tomorrow? Oh crap!
I volunteered you, and I'm just letting you know now. No, it's we've got a spotlight stream tomorrow for an Italian team that is going to join us and show their project. And so, yeah, that's going to be
Very
at
cool.
noon Pacific tomorrow.
Nice, very cool.
So
Buongiorno.
everybody note
Very
that.
exciting.
Hopefully, folks can make it for that one.
What kind of game?
Come
Well,
sta?
you should tune in tomorrow at noon and find out.
Well, I still want to know what kind of game it is. I still want to inquire.
But I mean, that's a great question for tomorrow.
All right, fine. All right, I can't argue that. I can't argue that. Well played, sir. Well played.
Okie dokie. Finally back to where I needed to be. Ba, 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 ba. Slimy Studio is their name. That's cool. Gig Crawler. That's fun.
You know what I do? I'm just gonna look up what that game is right now.
I knew
so
you were gonna.
I'll answer
I
that
knew
question.
the second she
Aw.
read the name, I'm like, he's just gonna go look it
Being a
up.
little butthead.
He's gonna go look it up. I know he is. I.
I mean, have you guys looked into it at all? I mean, like,
Not yet.
this is a solid looking game. They're on Kickstarter right now. This is solid. I'll
You
just
didn't
take a look
waste.
later. I'm gonna get
You did
distracted.
not waste any time.
Yeah, you did not.
Well, you know, it's not bad to look into the project that you're gonna showcase either, right?
Oh, I know that. I'm just, I'm just not wanting, viewers to make a decision on whether or not they should tune in based on the genre of the game. That's all. Because you want to come and support them and learn about the game and support the dev community regardless, right?
It's
That's
You should know that I would be there to support them.
it's a resource gathering game about bunnies. You play a bunny and you're just collecting items, right? I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I was like, what? What game are you looking at?
That's the game for tomorrow, right? I'm just kidding. What's the worst genre out there? Is there such a thing?
I guess it
Worst
depends on the type
genre?
of games. Depends on what you like or don't like to play, I guess.
Yep.
Least played genre.
Least played genre.
I mean,
What is
yeah,
everyone's least favorite genre then?
for me, it would be those like clicker games.
What do you mean by clicker games? Like League of Legends?
No, like there's games where you just literally just sit there and you just click.
Oh,
just-
yes, like the click hold.
Like it's just there's
Like click hold, right?
It's like worse than a slot
Yeah.
machine.
Yeah, I think I saw someone playing that, and I was just like, I don't know if I'd like. I don't know if I would enjoy that game.
Yeah.
Flappy Bird.
You know, like the click hold, like I understand the idea of just like clicking something is just like, well, what the hell, But the way that they did it was
was
actually pretty
interesting.
suspenseful.
Yeah, it was. I agree.
It was
don't-
like they were able to generate a weird suspenseful vibe between like the character that you're clicking for and then just the player, because like you're in a hotel room and it's awkward, right? And that awkwardness just it expands because it's just like, you know, like a cuckold in a sense. It's like he's watching you click this thing, and it's just like weird, but the suspense
Yeah.
builds, and it's just they did a really good job with it, I think.
I really don't think that's the type of game Vale is talking about anyways,
It's
but
not. I'm talking about this stuff like, okay,
Yeah.
I just typed it in and clicked on the first page that came up. And the stuff that comes up is um monkey clicker, poop clicker, candy clicker, energy clicker, fish
what?
clicker, cookie clicker. There's
Maybe I've
just
never
it's
seen them.
it's a
Clicker
whole
games.
genre,
Okay.
and it's just
Can you send me a
like
link of one of these? I'm interested.
Right? Yeah, I'm interested as well. I'm just
interested.
curious to know what it
Oh, there's a
is.
This is the worst.
capybara
This is the
clicker.
worst out there. Ooh, can you send me a link? I gotta check it out.
Hey, if you're a game developer, you gotta know
You just click on
what's
stuff,
out
right?
there, you know? As a game developer, you have to be well rounded and,
I
you
don't
know,
know.
do your research.
Look at clicker games gameplay. Is there any gameplay? Weirdest game
All right,
ever.
hold on. I gotta check this out. I gotta check this out. Hold on.
Capybara clicker. Like I just want to see what it looks like.
Cookie
Like I don't
clicker. All right, let's play this.
I don't understand the concept. Oh, you can play them for free.
All right, let's see what this is all about here.
Yeah, I think I saw one of my
I
friends
know this
playing
isn't
this.
Game Jelly, but I'm so interested right now.
You're just
All
like
right.
clicking a cookie.
We should.
What? I don't get it. Yeah, this is like training you to become expert slot machine player, right? Getting you primed for.
All right, so you get
gambling.
achievements for clicking. Okay.
Oh, you just click on it, and that's literally all you
Oh
do.
my gosh,
Okay.
you're playing.
Okay.
That's
all
what I
right.
was looking at
Wow.
earlier, just now, actually.
So that's the genre that takes my vote for the worst.
My kid in the back, cookie clicker. No.
Interesting.
There's tons and tons of that stuff. So I mean, people are playing them. I mean,
Yeah, I'm not
So-
excited. I'm not
I
crazy.
just got
for
achievement
it.
unlocked wake and bake. That's awesome.
Oh my god! Wow, that's
Wait, can I change
hilarious.
the skin of my cookie? Hold on, can I change my
Maybe-
cookie? That's my next
maybe
question.
we
You mean
can
the
Can I change
flavor?
what kind of cookie this is?
Flavor of
Maybe
your
we
cookie.
can increase our viewership if we just play this clicker game throughout the stream.
There you go. Yeah.
You can watch us click continuously.
Oh, there's
Well, I
a
mean-
save option. You can back up your game. Okay, all right. Fancy graphics. What's fancy graphics off? Okay, on. Does that even do anything? Okay. There's stats. Okay, all right. I'm interested in this. All right.
I don't know.
I'm interested.
That's funny.
oh my gosh.
Oh, Abomination was
Poke-
giving you a
Pokemon. Pokemon?
recommendation. Pokemon clicker.
Pokemon clicker.
Pokemon.
Do I get to pick what Pokemon I'm clicking?
I'm gonna have to play it to find out, I guess.
No, no.
Hmm.
Anyway.
Oh wait. Oops. What am I doing? File.
The we
export.
can never forgive. Forgiveness is the strong. Like they have these quotes at the top left, and it's very interesting that they're just throwing out random quotes as I click this cookie. It almost gives you something to kind of look forward to as you sit here and click. That's a weird design, but I dig that.
Nice. All right.
There's always something to learn from with people's designs, especially the most basic ones. Don't worry about failures. Worry about. Oh no, I went too quickly. I didn't get to finish reading it. Anyways, I'm
Yeah,
gonna hit
back to
1,000. I'm gonna
work,
hit 1,000
Ludum.
cookies. I'm just
Back
kidding.
to
I'm not gonna do that.
work. It's interesting.
Okay, so it's just a clicking game, which is funny because Edmund Macmillan did the same thing
He
back
did?
the day before he
Wow.
made Binding of Isaac. He made a clicker game, but it was a light switch. So you turn the light switch on and off, right? And like
That sounds
at
familiar.
at X amount of clicks, but at a certain amount of clicks or switch on and offs, like the room would add something or something would change in the room.
See, that's at least interesting. That at least like, you know,
Is
there's
it though?
something to it. I mean, it's better than Cookie Clicker, you know. I don't know.
Hey,
I
that cookie could change at 10,000 clicks. We don't know until you play it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
yeah.
I could see one where it's like maybe you create a world and like you click on it and then the more you click on it, it like starts to destroy the world. Like maybe a planet and it starts to like come apart and you're clicking on it.
You have a very
Yeah.
dark mind, sir.
I don't know. I think that would be more interesting than a cookie.
Oh crap.
I don't
You
want
know,
to
that's
just.
it kind of reminds me of like Little Inferno in a sense. I don't know if you played Little Inferno, but it's like you have like a chimney and you burn things, right? And as you burn things, like a story is unraveled and it just you know what, I'm gonna stop there. I don't want to spoil it. It was an older indie game, but that's kind of you just like literally unlock items and you put them in a fire, right? And as you watch them burn, you unlock story elements. Such a simple
kind of
idea. It's actually really cute. And actually, I
I
enjoyed playing it.
bet you didn't expect this conversation to come about, Vale, when you told us about your least favorite game style.
Not really. But you never know what's on the horizon.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna export selected.
Yeah. I mean, those, games are addictive for a reason, and every player is different. It's always nice to kind of think about what makes a game addictive and why these players like these kind of games.
Yeah.
Because there's the simple elements that you can implement in your own designs down the line.
Mm-hmm.
That's just another player base that you can cater to if your design can fit it.
Anyone who wants to can join. I'll do a quick run if anybody wants to
Me first.
pop in for the heck of it.
Yeah.
wow, you guys are quick.
That's what they said. Where is the thing I just
Put
imported?
it on top of it.
Oh yeah. All right, we got 6 out of 8.
Yeah.
Abomination, you wanna give us a start? Whoa, hold on. Why did that happen? Did it do it when you type start? That is not good. It did it to me a moment ago too. We're getting booted from Twitch for some reason.
Are you logged in? You just
Yeah, no, we were logged in. People were joining, and then
Incoming transmission
as
from
soon as she
archived footage.
That's not so good.
It's not so good. As soon as she put in the start, we got a message saying that we got booted. that the connection was, you know.
I'm very
Okay.
confused as to what is happening.
What did you
Game
do?
manager 25. I don't know what's going on. Let me turn this. Blah blah blah.
Door. So this is bowl. Bowl.
Manager 25. Let's do stop.
File. Export. FBX.
Script.
Bowl door. Export. Bowl door.
UI manager
Door.
registration panel. Wait, what is going on? Okay. Registration panel. UI manager.
If anyone plays Baldur's Gate and you didn't know, the new
yeah.
update was released the other day, and
Yeah,
the
it's
8 new
exciting.
subclasses or whatever, from what I hear, are awesome.
Yeah,
Nice. I'm excited.
it's cool.
Oh my god, I just realized that main needs to be updated. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What needs to
Uh-oh.
be updated?
In our version control. Hey Vale, question. What did you
Yeah.
update in main?
I think mostly just the login for Twitch and the start cover screen.
Huh. Shoot.
Why can't I find this?
Import FBX.
I feel like a whole section that I did is gone.
Oh,
What? That's what my errors are coming from. Crap. We had a conflict resolution that I think deleted some stuff from me. Son of a gun.
Uh-oh.
Well,
That's not good.
no, that sucks. we gotta update and push more often, I think. I don't know.
Well, I had gotten latest before we started.
Yeah, I updated at the start of our stream, but the problem was it did say there were conflicts. And I just took whatever you had. And now that whole starting screen that I had is gone. I don't understand why it would delete something. Like, it's not like you're going in and deleting it. Doesn't make sense.
Well, in a sense, like if we're both working in main, right? There's going to be conflict. So anything that you make will be negated if you take my version and vice versa, right?
I don't think so. I think it
we,
looks at the two, and if it only deals with discrepancies. Like if I added something and you added something, it's just going to add them both. Like it shouldn't.
I don't think it works that way.
I'm pretty sure it does, though.
I don't think so because you have your version, right? So if we have the same version, right, and then you change some certain elements in your version, and I change different elements on mine,
Mm-hmm.
right? And let's say that you push first, right? Technically, your push and your changes are what's in the main project now. If when I push, it's rather I overwrite your changes and you lose everything you worked on because what you worked on isn't part of mine,
I
right?
don't think it
So
works that
rather
way.
your changes get overwritten or mine override because main is one file, right? There isn't there isn't multiple points or like sections of main that
Main,
are like pieced together to overwrite.
I
So because it's one
disagree with
file,
you completely.
if I overwrite with you,
Main,
I mean
main
that's just
is
my experience through version control in general.
main is made up of tons and tons and tons of elements. Main is just simply a container. So when you
It
change
is,
something,
but that container is
I
like
mean, let's,
but it's one file though. Like you're gonna change the entire file to what you choose to make it, right?
I,
Because it's not keeping track of all the small changes. It's just keeping track of the file itself.
I
And this is why
disagree
Flower or
completely.
Attack and I can't work on the level at the same time for our other projects because if she makes small changes in one level and I make different changes and small changes in that same level, like one of us is going to lose our entire workday,
I
right?
just
And
don't
that's just
think
kind of
that's
how
true.
most of my
If
experience, that's how it is.
if you look at the files that are saved, it's saving every single little element. And if you look at the discrepancy log, it breaks down all the differences line by line between the source file or the source push and your file and shows you what the end result is going to be. It's like taking, it's like
Where do you see
taking,
that?
like when you push something, like, okay, for example, update anything you have outstanding right now. Let's catch up and make sure we both have the
Okay.
same version, and then we can do a little test. I can show you.
Okay. All right. So if you look at my screen right now, this is what I've added to
Okay.
main, right? This is everything I've
Sure.
added since I've gotten latest before we started.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to update the workspace with your changes.
Okay.
It's going to ask me to update my scene. At least it should.
Right.
You did push your main, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Running back end. Okay, so the open scenes have been modified externally. Do you want to reload the scene? Reload.
Right.
So now all of my work is done or is gone
What?
because you didn't have my changes in your
Okay.
scene file or your main scene file,
So
right?
go back and revert that.
So, but I should have your changes.
We'll go back and revert that then and pull your last change set. It doesn't make any
I mean, it's fine. I
sense.
can rebuild it. It didn't take me that long.
What's the point in version control if that's the way it's going to function, though? That doesn't make any sense to me.
So here's the thing that I don't like about Unity version control. So like we use Perforce here at home for our other projects in Unreal. We use Perforce. And the cool thing is whenever you adjust a file, like how you start working on main, you check it out, I would have zero access to that file. So it would tell me, hey, you can't change this. Or if you make changes, just know that it's only going to be on your PC. It's not actually going to go on the thing, right? There's a warning element.
So that's
That's what's cool about
branches.
Perforce, where with Unity version control, like you can't like, but with branches, like you actually have to create a branch,
Yeah.
right? Like
Yeah.
like it doesn't just branch automatically.
Right.
But if you make a branch though, like doesn't that still kind of negate the fact like if I'm working on main and you're working on main, there's two separate files. So like would that still have that discrepancy between the two end products and then one person would have like we'd have to decide who takes which one? Is that how branching works?
I mean, I don't have enough experience to tell you all the details, but my understanding like when we've done these pushes and there's a conflict, it gives you the option to open up a log and it shows you every single like line of code and what's the same and what's different and what it's going to end up doing. I just don't understand why it would choose, like, for example, I didn't delete the element that you created from my scene. You just added it. So why wouldn't it add both what
Right.
I added and what you added? I don't understand why it would try to revert the entire scene to what one of us has. It makes no sense whatsoever to me. I feel like
Right.
we must be doing something wrong with the, and maybe it's because we're both working off the main and we should be branching it. I don't know.
That's a good
It,
question. I don't know much about branching. Like based off my experience, like it's always like, okay, if someone's working on that file, you do not work on that file and you wait for them to push it, you get their latest and then you work on it.
and
That's
I
from my experience.
Right, and I get
I don't know
that,
how
but
branching works.
you're talking about a file. Like for example, if I change the game manager script, then granted I could see where there'd be a conflict if you were also changing the game manager script. But if I change the game manager script and push it to you and you accept it and it wipes everything you've done for the last day, like that doesn't make any sense because you're working on different stuff.
But it's a different like but if I was working on the game manager script though, like it would technically be the same file, right?
Yes,
So
but you're
we'd have to
not.
pick
You're
pick and
working on
choose.
track elements. You're placing elements. So like why did those delete? Because I'm not doing anything with those track elements.
But you adjusted main, the file main, right? Like
But that's
because you
my
had adjusted
point
that
is
file.
that main is the entire project. Main is everything. Like,
Well, it's not really everything. It's still just one file of everything, though. Like main contains all of the objects, but it's still the one file.
I mean,
I get what you're saying, though. Like it
I
does
don't.
have multiple elements in it.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to learn more about it because I don't know. That's very frustrating to me. I don't understand.
Oh no, it's very frustrating. Very frustrating. Even at Petroglyph, because we use Perforce there, you'd be working on a level and find out someone else on the other side of the building is working on the same level, and then you'd find out that it was already checked out by that person, and your entire day is wasted because they were doing something else, and you're just like, well, what were you doing? Well, okay, they were doing this. Well, I was doing this. I guess your work seems to be more important than mine, so I guess I'll just check it out tomorrow and redo everything I did. It's stupid.
Yeah, it's
Although things seem to
awful.
be
I
getting
think.
better these days. Like you- like with Unreal Engine, they have a way where it's like I can open a level and then attack can be in the same level and we build it together and then all the changes made by each object is saved specifically per object and then you check it in that way. But I think that's still kind of like something new in the world of version control. Newer.
I think.
It's painful.
I definitely am gonna have to learn. I'm gonna have to put that on my agenda and try to get some better education on it because it feels like we're just not utilizing the tool properly. That from my perspective.
You're probably right.
Great conversation, guys.
Is there sarcasm in that?
No,
Very
it was just tense for a minute. We just were talking in the chat because we didn't want to interrupt you guys.
Yeah,
like,
I saw the conversation about the harp.
Just didn't want to interrupt you guys. deep in convo. It's important stuff though. Version control is it's importanto.
Is it something we
Importanto.
Pain.
could
It's a pain.
maybe we can
Importante.
consult Chat GPT? Maybe it would know.
Maybe we should do a poll. I don't know what of.
I like it.
I have no
I
idea.
like it.
I don't know of what, but
Let's we got to do a poll. We need a poll every night, every game jelly night. There should be at least one poll.
I know. The thing is, like, what?
So what was that? So how do you ask that? What you guys were talking about, like, does version control delete stuff? I don't know how.
It's a bit broad question.
You guys are in Unity, right?
Version control's a bitch. I'm not gonna lie. It's ruined parts of my fucking days. Hardcore. You know. I think a big problem of it right now is Vale and I aren't communicating like, okay, I'm gonna be working in Maine today.
Well,
Like
that's
and then
see
if I
that's
say
where,
that, he shouldn't work on it and vice versa.
but that's where I'm getting lost because we're both working in Maine because Maine is everything. Like Maine is the entire scene.
Right.
It contains all scripts, all managers, all objects, like everything in the entire game is under Maine. So if only one of us can work on the entire scene, then we can only have one person working in Unity at a time, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, so
Not
according
necessarily in
to
Unity, but like
according
Go
to
ahead, Travis.
ChatGPT, it says that in Unity, version control, whether you're using Git, Plastics, SCM, I don't know what that is, or something else, version control doesn't automatically delete previous files from your main branch unless you explicitly delete them and commit those deletions.
you have to commit, right? So
Does that make sense?
committing is basically overriding the other version of it.
Oh, there's a poll.
Oh, is there?
There's a poll, y'all.
Boom.
It says files are only deleted.
Are
Says
you
files are
excited
only
about
deleted.
Travis adding harp? That sounds like
What?
Yes.
this sounds like diversion to me, but okay.
Thank you, Abomination. It's a
Thank
great
you for
poll.
the
We're not
poll.
done
Don't
yet.
listen to Vale.
We have
Don't
to talk
listen to
about
Vale. It's a great poll.
Oh yeah.
Any poll is a good poll.
Thanks, Abomination.
It's like I'm muting myself to cough, but you can pick up my cough with Rowan's mic. So I'm sorry.
I heard that. Yeah.
I'm a little under the weather today.
Really? You can
I
pick
hope
it
you
up on
get
my
feeling
microphone?
better quick. That sucks.
I know. Thank you. Me too. I don't want to be all coffee at level up. Like it's my fear right now.
We're talking about the pitfalls of version control. The pitfalls of being sick are worse. So.
I don't know. That's questionable.
That's true. I'd rather be sick than like mess up something in version control because that's scary. That's hours of work potentially, you know.
Well, I guess
Scary
that was my
stuff.
point. That if we're constantly updating and pushing, we'll never lose hours of work, regardless of how it functions.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. Luckily for me, every time that I have to redo something, it just gets better every time. So you know, that's just my history.
All right. Well, that's that's good.
I'm trying to think of a way that we could work around this, because if you're working in main, like let's say you need to work in main and I want to build on main, maybe I can go. I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of a way around that where we can both kind of work on it, because I know that if I were to, let's say, create a separate level and combine it with main, right? So it's like you can go and work on main and add functionality and implementation, and then on a different level I can work on building a copy of main and then merge. I don't know, that might
I
overwrite
just
things.
worry
I'm
that when
trying
you
to think
get to the
here.
point of merging, that's when you're going to run into all kinds of problems. That's what I worry about. Like
Right.
now it's a disaster because I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but
Are you guys working in
you
Git?
know,
No.
no. If you're
UVC,
we
Unity Version
use
Control.
Unity version control, which if this comment is old from ChatGPT, Plastic
What?
SCM is the old name for Unity version control.
Oh,
So
really?
yep. All right, get in your votes.
Because so quick question. So like in main, right? Specifically, like, did you what did you change? You changed the screen, right? Like this big screen, right?
So
The panel.
when like at the end of last week, um, the only thing at the end of last week, what I did was I created an overlay screen on the canvas that had like the starting instructions and that registration was open. You probably saw it was like a kind of a yellow colored, gold colored screen that covered everything and had like starting instructions and stuff. That
Okay.
was the main thing.
So the canvas, right?
So it was the UI canvas. Yep.
Okay. So that's under the UI manager.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Frumbles, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Holy crap.
he crazy.
Okay.
Cray cray.
So okay. So now I have an I can see kind of where we're overlapping in work, because the UI manager exists within main. It's an actual object in main, right? You can't adjust that without overlapping what I'm working on, right? So
I guess.
any object that I add also is part of the changes on my end. So
Okay. I
yeah. So
I
okay.
hear
All
you.
right. So then if
And
this is the case, if you're going to work on the UI manager or the canvas or whatnot, let me know and I can work on something else, right? If you're going to be working on UI stuff or whatnot, I can start building other stuff in Blender and whatnot. That way we're not working on the same level, right? That way there's no when we merge, there's no difference there. There's no conflict, because I have one version of main and you have a different version of main. Like, we need to figure this out, because if we're both working on the same level, we can't have that. So I don't mind working on
okay.
modeling stuff for the level if you're going to be working on main. Like, I don't mind having to do
I'll
that. We just need to establish who's working
I'll
on what
I'll
before
yield to
we're
you
moving
right
forward.
now. Why don't you continue with what you're doing and I'll hold off on redoing this. Yeah.
I disagree. I disagree with you, sir, because like the functionality and all of that, all of that stuff is very Unity oriented. Where I can go and work on this stuff outside of Unity, and then when you're not working on in Unity, I can go and implement it myself. Right? I can get your version, and then I can implement it, and then you can get my version of main. But because everything is functionality based and whatnot in yours, and I can work on stuff outside, I think you should be you should have the go ahead first because I can work outside of it. Everything you do kind of seems to not be able to be done outside of Unity, right? So you should take the time to use Unity while you can.
Okay. All right. Well, then I will work on that for now, and then I think we're gonna need to make it, at least for me. I'm not saying you have to, but I feel like before our next Game Jelly night, I feel it important to learn some more about Unity version control and how we can better utilize it to help us in this environment and in this situation instead of basically only one of us being able to work at a time.
For sure.
Okay.
For sure. And if you can figure that out, please do. Like, that would be great. Through my experience
Right.
over the last 10 years, that hasn't been possible. That hasn't been possible unless you like set it up in Unreal Engine. Cool. But if you can figure that out, that'd be fantastic. But as of right now, we need to just establish one or the other. You work on it or I work on it. Right now, since you're working on it and I can work on outside of it, let's just go with that. Sound good?
All right. I don't love it, but
But do
I
you
get
like it just a little bit?
it.
I just need you to like it just a little bit. Because I can take all of these 3D assets and I can export them and put them in Blender and I can build a level there. So it's like I can work without Unity, technically.
I mean, and then if you do that and import it in, are you well, I mean, I guess it's all fine. However we do it, whatever. Okay.
Well, I mean, I would import it in Unity once you push your version. When you're done
No,
with
no,
what
no.
you're working on, I'm Vale and I'm Hanson and I'm
I
gonna
get
push
it.
my stuff
Why
and
don't
then
you
like
push?
you know.
Why don't you push what you have right now before I do anything?
I don't think I have anything to push because I had taken your change.
You've been sitting there working on it,
Like
haven't you?
well, yeah, but I accepted your version, so it replaced my version.
But that's what I'm
Everything I
saying.
worked on before no longer exists.
But everything you've been working on since I pushed, if you don't push it, then if I update and send it and you do that, you're going to lose it all again. Right?
Well, I haven't worked on anything this entire time since since your latest push. I've been talking more than working, to be honest.
I swore I thought I saw you
So,
doing stuff. All right. So when you look right now at your version control, you have nothing pending.
let's see. Incoming changes. I have the most updated workspace pending. I have a bunch of private stuff, and then there was the project settings. I don't even know what that is, which I can undo. I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's Pro Builder, so that doesn't mean anything. I can undo that. So yeah, I don't have any new changes.
Okay.
So, yeah, no problemo. No problemo. So we are up to date on your version. So you keep at what you're doing. I'm just gonna take these pieces and I will export them into Blender and then I'll just create the level there. Boom. Wow. How is my microphone picking that up? She was downstairs. Thank you. You okay there? What's on your mind? What's on your mind? Travis, I love that you're copying and pasting from ChatGPT. I love that. Oh, you can lock files to prevent simultaneous edits.
Okay, dokie.
Well, so how do you? Okay, so you can lock. You can lock them. How do you lock them? Click a file, check out, or lock this.
Oh.
Where
Wait
do
a
you do
second.
that?
Solidify. Let's see.
What? Hold on. Hold on.
Alright,
So if I were to check this out, how do you lock it?
Oh, my mic was off.
Oh, were you
I was saying, I
talking?
don't know if this is old information or if it's outdated, but
All right.
hopefully
Well,
I asked the question
here's
correctly
what
and-
here's what I suggest then, sir.
Oh,
I didn't
sir.
really want to go this route, but now I do. I have a different recommendation. I'm going to create a new scene that's going to be a menu scene. And I'm going to start building that. And you can keep working in main.
Okay. So all right. So then, when with the menu scene, we would have to have a scene transition, right? So it's like the
Yeah.
level would load, correct?
Yeah, what I'll do, the only thing that we really need to do, and I could do this real quick and push it, is we need to, I'll need to make these manager files do not destroy objects so that they transfer between scenes. I might even just move the entire manager's object and make that a do not destroy so it's consistent between scenes. I don't really necessarily need like the track manager, but I'll need the like I'll need the Twitch manager, I'll need the player manager, I'll need the game manager, chat manager, all that kind of stuff. Authentication manager. So might just make that thing.
So okay, quick question.
Yep.
So do these managers, do they reference objects within main?
Yes, they do. Depending on what it is.
Because like if you were to take all your managers and put them in another scene, wouldn't you lose all of those references and just get error upon error upon error upon error?
No, as long as you're not trying to, because if you make it a do not destroy object, basically what that means is it's going to function separate from the scene. You're taking it out of the main container or the menu container, and you're putting it in a separate container that's called do not destroy.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking if that was the case, if you wanted to keep all of the programming stuff in main, we could take all of the physical assets into another scene, right? And then because you can have more than one scene in a hierarchy, can't you?
I mean, technically, I think you can. I don't know how that all functions because that's not really the. You can, yes. I've just never really worked that way. So I don't know. We can try it if you want to. Um,
I'm kind of interested because it's like it would be nice if we can work on like the same level, right? But obviously we can't work
Yeah.
on the same scene together,
I mean,
right? So it's like if you had all
right.
the functionality and programming in main, and then we took all the physical geometry and put that in like, you know, castle level as an idea, and we put those both into the one level. I wonder if that would have any uh what's the word I'm thinking of?
Yeah, like I wouldn't
Merge
recommend
issues.
in terms of structure, I wouldn't recommend making it all your geometry stuff, all your objects, but I could see it theoretically like separating the track from, like if you wanted to create a scene in the same hierarchy that is the track elements, and because that's essentially what you're working on, right? It's just everything to do with the track
Right.
stuff, right? So we could just drag that object that's in the hierarchy now that says track elements. We create a new scene, drag track elements into the new scene. You work in that scene. We can also create a menu one. So we can just separate our work that way and make sure that we're staying away from each other.
But it's all still contained in like the same level, right?
I mean, I'm not positive what you mean by same level, and I don't know in terms like when you had that test scene, it was in the same hierarchy and they were all still in the window together, and that was weird to me, but it was kind of working. I didn't really I don't fully understand how the hierarchy works when it comes to having multiple scenes within the same scene. Yeah, I don't know.
That's right, because testing was a completely different scene, right?
Yeah. I think if you create a scene, so like you just go down to the scenes. I already created a lobby scene. There's a folder down in the projects, you can right click and just create add scene and create track. And you could drag that track elements object from main into your track scene. And then the thing is, don't open track, drag track into the hierarchy under main.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. 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 All right. All right. I see where you're coming from. So now we'll both be working on two separate scenes, but they're both together in the
Theoretically, I feel like get that all set up and then push it. Otherwise, I don't know.
Okay.
Because now you're changing main. You know what I'm saying? And if I change main and you change
right,
main,
yeah, okay.
right? So go ahead and do all that and then push it, and then I'll set up the lobby one, and yeah. We'll be good.
Okay. Okay. So when I created I named it Castle Track. It came with a main camera and directional light. Should I get rid of those?
Yes.
Okay, so I took track elements and I threw that into the castle track. Okay, so let's try this. Okay, track on. Let's see, I can undo that one.
Cat, what are you doing?
So in your hierarchy,
all right,
you can see both main and track.
Correct.
Okay. And is track a child object of main, or is it separate?
It is separate. It's not a child.
Okay. Then it should work.
Okay. So.
Okay.
Ooh, I hear the harp.
Okay. All right. Pushed.
The harpoon.
Pushed.
All right, sorry. This
Ooh.
calls for our clip. I gotta play our clip.
Ooh, baby, baby. Baby, baby. Push it. Push it real good.
And right. Also calls
Incoming
for
transmission from archived footage.
Boom, 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 boom. Water, water.
Hydrate.
What can you do with water? You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear.
Oh,
Boom,
cheers.
boom, boom.
Cheers. I'm hearing lots of harp.
I got a fever, and the only prescription is harp.
Cheers.
Nice.
Cheers. Travis stepped away. Did he hear any of that?
Oh, dang it, he didn't.
I don't know.
Oh.
Take that as a
Say.
no. I was saying I'm hearing lots of harp. And
Oh,
Attack the Dawn said, quoted the old famous cowbell thing. Said, I got a fever. And the
Nice.
only cure is harp. More harp.
More harp.
Do you not know that sketch, Travis? Are you too young to know that? Yeah, that's it.
Sounds familiar.
No.
He's our age.
Wait,
Maybe.
he's about our age.
He's younger, but you're our age. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, your age, you guys. Yeah. Same age.
That's such a famous SNL skit with Christopher Walken.
I'll have to go see
Classic.
it.
Yeah. You definitely need to check that out. It's pretty good stuff. Just do a search for more cowbell.
Right,
You'll
Will
find it.
Ferrell. Will Ferrell and Christopher Walken.
Camille says you won't regret it.
Yeah, she's right.
Not wrong. All right. Did you get the push, the latest mail?
I did. However, I don't have it in the scene like you were talking about. I see it down below. How come it's not up in the hierarchy?
Castle track?
I guess it's just maybe that's a local thing. I still see the track element object in main on my end. That doesn't seem right.
Really?
Can I ask a silly question? When you push, are you pushing everything? Or are you like going through and being selective? Because I just push everything.
I push the changes that I know that I've made because any of the other changes are the private changes. Like if it isn't private, I'll pretty much push it. Which the private stuff are these PNGs that I created when I was playing around with recorded images, like an image sequence. So that's not really important. But pretty much I push everything that's been changed. Yes.
So how come I still see track
That was a long,
elements
stupid
in the
answer.
main hierarchy and I don't see castle track up there? It's weird to me.
It is weird. Okay, so let's see. Is the level in because you still have the track elements. There was a change, right? When you
Yeah.
updated your workspace, there was a change, right?
Yeah, like I see the castle track scene down in the scenes folder, but that's it.
Like, why do you still have the track elements? That's
I
weird.
don't know. Just for like, would it bother you to just ship everything? Just click the item box at the top and select everything and do a push? Would it bug you?
No, not at all. Nope.
It would bug me though.
Oh,
I don't approve.
we have lots of disapproval going on in tonight's stream.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about.
That what makes a good team, though.
What are you guys talking about?
I don't think anybody knows.
What disapproval?
We need a poll to determine what kind of donuts we're getting and who's bringing them
What bringing them to where?
to our
Can we
stream.
get,
I
Oh,
want
honorary
I want donuts. Somebody should be bringing us donuts.
Well,
I
was
go for an
expect-
apple fritter right now.
I was
Good.
expecting
All right,
more-
I have nothing in pending changes.
I was expecting more of support on that idea.
I mean, I think the logistics are. I'm still stuck on how are we gonna get the donuts in my mouth.
I mean, I feel like you're worrying about details instead of the big
What?
picture.
That's a bit important, you know. If someone's gonna bring donuts, they better get to all of our mouths.
Well, I mean, we're not going to feed you if that's what you're asking.
I mean,
Wait, so who gets the donuts?
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's
see,
we need a
I'm telling
poll for that. Hold on. What?
what did Camille say?
She said, "Are you guys working at all?"
we're hardly working,
I think maybe Attack and myself.
right?
Oh, ouch, Travis. Ouch.
Whoa, Travis, dude. Travis, man.
Right.
Dang.
Wow, dude.
That's harsh.
Wow.
Calling it like he sees it.
So I pushed your latest.
Hey, Bale and I are working.
I mean-
we're learning version control here. This is a
Yeah.
big deal.
I thought you said
That's right,
I thought you said it's good to disagree.
So I added your last changes that you just pushed, and it's the same situation. Like, track element still shows for me in main.
All right, hold on. Let me open main.
So weird.
Okay, so when I open main, there's nothing there. Let me open castle track. Everything is there except main.
Wait a
Okay.
minute. You have it as a separate. Shoot. Yeah, that's not. That's concerning to me. You're having to open it separately.
Hold on. Okay, so I added castle track to main. Let me save. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. So when I go to open main again, there is no castle track there. Right? So like the scene doesn't seem to like when I'm in main and I take the castle track and I add it to the hierarchy and I save. If I open main again, castle track is then gone. So it's like it's not saving the scene that's
But why?
in the
I guess what I'm
hierarchy.
trying to understand is why you'd be opening the scene instead of. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. So like, here, can you see? Is my screen big enough that you can see, or you need me to put it up there next to you on the big one?
Put it up there because the transparency makes it kind of hard to see.
Gotcha. Let me do that. Okay, so like here's what I'm talking about. Up here we have main. If I just take Castle Track and I drag it up here, I now have both. So they're
Mhm.
so you can just work on this stuff and you're working in this scene, but you don't want to go and like open and close the scenes, I don't think. Does that make sense?
You mean, well, anything? Okay, so if all the track elements are in Castle Track, all of that stuff you don't need to touch because that's all track element stuff. So I can adjust anything there. I just don't need to touch anything in main, correct?
Correct,
Is that what you're
but
saying?
yeah, but like I noticed you were switching, like totally opening and closing the scene. If you have it up here in the hierarchy together, you get the light, don't you? From the light, the cameras, all that kind of stuff.
Not from main, because if main has all of the lighting and stuff like that, opening Castle Track doesn't carry over.
See, and that's what's confusing me is you keep saying opening it.
Like if you by opening it, it's like opening the file itself.
But
Like if you double click Castle Track, right?
right, but why?
It
Can't you work
Well,
on it
because if I
here?
open main in main,
Like maybe I don't understand how these scenes work when they're stacked, but like when I look at it here in the hierarchy, they're two different objects. You can see here if I collapse them, I have main and Castle Track listed
correct.
as separate objects, but they're in the same hierarchy. So you can just be in
Right.
here, working in here, without having to open and close either scene.
Right. The I was just expecting Castle Track, like because like when the hierarchy we had main, right? And then I took Castle Track and added it to the hierarchy. When I saved it, I was expecting Castle Track to still be there when I opened main. But that's not the case. Yeah, I'm just opening main. So they still remain separate. So like I could still work separately on Castle Track and not touch main. Like we could still work that way. That's not a problem. It's just if I wanted the elements from main along with Castle Track, I could just drag Castle Track into the hierarchy with main. So I'd open main, drag Castle Track in it, and then I would get everything from main along with Castle Track. That's what it seems like. It does that make sense? I
I,
think that's
I,
how that seems like how it would work.
I guess I never open a scene. So, I mean, unless I'm literally keeping them completely separate. So, I guess that's what's confusing me.
It is weird because like when I open Unity, main is automatically open, right? So it's
Correct.
like it opens main, right?
But
So
it
the same idea as if you opened Castle Track as the default, it would just open Castle Track and not main. So
correct, but
main
if
wouldn't be
it's
part of that.
isn't it just going to open whatever you had in your hierarchy last? So if you have them both in your hierarchy,
No.
really?
That's what I was expecting. Like
Okay, let me say
when I dragged Castle Track into the hierarchy and I saved, I was expecting Castle Track to still be there. But when I opened main, Castle Track was not there. It just opened
I,
main.
I guess that's what's confusing me is like the opening main. Like it's already in the hierarchy. So why would you open it?
Because that's what Unity does when you start Unity. It opens main, right?
I'm going to find out right now. I'm going to open it. Unity Hub. I closed down.
See, Travis over here like jamming out to his music, and Attacks over here just remodeling. They're just so quiet. They're like, Vale and James are at it again.
All right. Yeah, see, when I opened it, I have both main and castle track in the hierarchy.
Why do you have both and I don't?
I don't know. This is how it looks when you
All right, hold on.
close it.
You close Unity, right?
Yeah.
All right. I didn't close Unity. I was expecting to open main and castle track would be there. I didn't actually close Unity. So
But
okay.
yeah, but they're
That
two
might be
different
my bad.
scenes. You don't want to open main because then you're just opening main by itself. If you open Unity to what you were working on before, both should still be in the hierarchy because it's going to open whatever you were working on.
So I reopened the Unity and castle track is not there. So all right, let me get this straight. So you went and you took castle track, you threw it in the hierarchy,
Yeah.
you saved and then closed Unity.
You don't even have to close Unity. You could just work from there. But yeah, if you want to test it, then yeah, just save and close Unity and then reopen it.
Okay. Save, close Unity. Let me reopen it. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, now it wants to show up. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So now castle track now shows up.
Okay.
And I get what you're saying. When you open main, you're just opening main. I was just thinking main kind of being like a container for the level, but I guess technically it's not the container; it's its own entity. So, okay, it's all making sense now. It's all making
Okay.
sense. Okay.
Clear as mud. We got it.
Yes. Yes, clear as mud.
we got this.
Okay, so moving forward, you're going to work like all the programming elements and stuff will be in main. and
Well,
all the track elements will be in track.
what I think is going to happen here is I'm going to create this lobby scene, and you've created this castle track scene, and lobby will be mine. Track elements will be yours, and when we work in main, let's communicate and talk to each other and make sure we push before, so that we don't step on each other.
Sounds good. Okay.
All right. Okay.
There was a good hour of discussion there. We have to figure this out together, and I think we're doing a great job.
I do too. Everybody can give us grief, but I think we're making
Good
progress.
job, you guys. We're proud of you.
I think we're making good progress. Like
Amazing.
this is new territory for both.
discussion.
Yeah.
Things are figured out now.
Teamwork. Woo.
Yay!
Woo. High fives all around.
High fives.
High five.
Incoming transmission from
Now I just
archived
feel like
footage.
everyone's like these fucking two over here.
Water, water, what can you do with water? You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear. Boom, 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 boom.
Boom, boom, boom,
Drink
boom.
up, everybody.
Cheers,
Cheers.
Crumples.
Cheers.
Oh, Rumples. Hi, Rumples.
Here's our dragon.
Oh, the dragon. Oh,
Such a cutie.
he's so cute. Too cute.
How old is Rumples?
I don't know. He's a rescue. They think he's 3.
Oh.
Oh, still young.
He's a little rescue doggy. He's gross though. He stinks. You gotta check his butt. Make sure he doesn't wipe it on you. He farts here and there, and then he slobbers. Like there'd be drool on both sides, just dripping to the floor.
Oh my goodness.
Little stink ball. He's stinky. Stinky
Ew.
dog.
Needs a bath.
Well, even after you like wash him, he still like stinks.
Oh. What's love without sacrifice?
That's right.
In the words of a 35-year-old prodigy, what's love without sacrifice?
How are you, Attack?
I'm
How's your
doing,
bowl?
getting there. I'm working on the bold door. Yeah, getting there. Slowly but surely. Not feeling too great, coughing wise and stuff, but
Oh no. Hope you feel better.
yeah, I got some NyQuil waiting for me tonight.
Nice.
So, how about you? How's the music coming along?
I finished part of cello part, and then I added harp. I doubled like a violin part and a cello part. So
Nice.
slowly progressing forward.
Very exciting.
Definitely get more done though. I'll be right back.
Already? Oh, jeez. What are you two fellas working on now?
Oh, we're just screwing around.
With the source control still?
I was being obnoxious.
Oh.
So we've separated out a couple of scenes so that we don't step on each other's toes in here. And so he's working on track elements and laying that stuff out. He can go into more specifics. I am trying to set up a lobby for us to have like a starting screen and stats and stuff like that. So,
Cool. All right.
all right. Let's see.
Your
Yes,
turn.
as he
What have
said,
you little-
nailed it. Nailed it. And so now I'm taking the design that I had made earlier and kind of thinking about just how to make it better.
Yeah.
Because like we have the scene with the bowl, and then we have the scene with the knights that you fight. I'm thinking of the piece in between it, and I'm trying to guesstimate how long it'll take. Because right now it's just a straight shot down, and that's no fun. So I'm trying to think of ways to make it a little more interesting and take a little longer. So maybe it's like you go up a ramp and you have to go back down around and then down some stairs and maybe a loop de loop or something, just to kind of give it some flair before you go back into another arena. There needs to be a good break there. I'm trying to think of how to do that.
Nice.
How's the bowl coming along?
The bowl is done. I'm working on the door now. And then I should be able to get that to you. I'll probably animate it as well. And then I can get that to you to test that out, because I know you guys are waiting on that, right? You guys mentioned that earlier.
Waiting is a strong word.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
Good. Okay. I'm still gonna rush, but that's how I normally work. I'm just always like, let's go. Well, especially 'cause
Go.
yeah.
Right. You might as well be part of a SWAT team.
Yes, Royal Rumball SWAT team. I'm starting a new department. It's the Royal Rumball SWAT team. It's me and Frumples. We're on the SWAT team. Now I'm being distracted by my cat. How's everyone watching doing? Y'all doing all right? How's everyone's evening? Are we entertaining?
Are you sure you want to? Are you
I know,
sure you
right?
want to
Shit.
pull at that
Yeah,
string?
right.
We're
Yeah.
always entertaining, of course.
I mean, I'm not sure I want to know the answer to that question.
Boy.
I want to know.
Well, of course you do.
It's always
You
entertaining.
want to know everything.
Just look it up.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
Of course we're entertaining. Just look at us.
Hey, how's everyone? Everyone's Friday nights, right?
Hey,
Fun.
Kimmy.
Hey, Kimmy.
Gimme.
Sorry, not actively chatting. I'm cutting out a dozen laminated sheets. That sounds like fun. Not tedious at all.
For what?
Laminated sheets.
there goes for what?
What's it for? Costume?
Hey, come on.
Oh man.
Or level up, right? Level up.
I like the small details, man.
I've noticed.
Fun.
Preschool, right on. I'm gonna go
Shouldn't the school
further in the
provide all that
details.
stuff for
What
you
are you
already?
laminating for preschoolers?
You know, you
Just tell us
probably making it
everything. All your-
difficult for her to do her work if you ask like 20 follow-up questions. But thanks for chiming
Well, I
in,
mean,
Kimmy.
come on.
It's nice to know that you're there. Appreciate
Thank
hearing
you.
from
Thank
you.
you. Thanks for joining.
I mean, come on. Like, if you're gonna tell me you're eating a sandwich, you can't not expect someone to ask, "Well, what kind of sandwich is it?"
You are one of the
Why do you
few
wanna know?
people in the entire world I have ever known who asks questions like that. But I think,
Really?
but I
Is it
think
not
it's
that
great.
common?
Like I'm entertained by it. I love it. But most people I know are like, okay, like
What? No follow-up?
no follow-ups at all. Camille's chiming in. Hold on, what? That's because I'm thinking of my family. Yeah, we're not great communicators. I will say
Well,
that.
Well, I imagine most people are like usually interested and would inquire, oh, like what kind of sandwich are you eating?
I mean, we used to do when like
Right.
growing up and as a young adult, we would do big, huge family gatherings and get-togethers, and the conversations would basically be, "Hey, how you been?" You know, we're talking like family, like cousins and aunts and uncles and whatever. You know, "Hey, how you been?" "Good. How about you?" "Good." "All right." And yeah, that's about it.
End of conversation.
that would be a
gotta dive deeper.
conversation.
Gotta dive deeper into the.
Well, I mean, the difference here too is we are streaming, and
Like, right?
we do have to interact with our people
Like maybe,
watching.
maybe you dive
Here.
deep and you get really into a conversation and you say stuff like, "How's work? Good. Nice."
Why is it good? Tell me more. What makes it good? What's
No,
going on?
no,
That's
you
too
don't
deep.
ask questions like that.
Well, then you get to like the meat of the sandwich, where it's like, well, it's good, but it's actually not good. Let me tell you more.
Yeah. We I don't know. We
It was your
never
preschool, Kimmy Kish.
flashcards and letters and stuff like that.
Is a Montessori school?
2 years old. Eat or destroy all paper items. If I don't
Ooh.
laminate them, they get trashed really fast. That makes sense. But I use Morse code, sign language, and regular
Nice.
numbers and letters and stuff. That's cool. Nice. That's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
that
fair.
makes sense that
Fair.
you'd have to laminate your flashcards.
They'll just eat the laminated flashcards.
Well, yeah, but you
I
can
guess it'll last a little longer.
you can
right?
wipe those down, Can't really do that with a piece of paper. You could color all over with expo markers too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Okie dokie. I really need a.
All right, what was I getting? Pen.
Very
This-
cool on a Friday night.
No, I love the fact that you ask follow-up questions, Ludum. I think it's so cool. It always catches me like off guard because it's not what I'm
Really?
used to. Yeah.
I think most people ask follow-up questions.
Really?
As, like,
I mean,
as
Camille
a nice thing to do.
Camille would agree with you. I have to she has to remind me to do that. Like, did you ask any follow-up?
I don't know. Like it's kind of like
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah, you're
kind of
like,
the only
"Gosh,
way
my
I
group
can
is
keep
this."
conversation going. I'm not one for small talk,
What?
right? So I'm kind of the same way where it's just like, oh, that's cool, end of conversation, But if I don't, if I like, I don't know. Sometimes I feel like if I don't, well, one, I'm genuinely interested. If I'm genuinely interested in the subject, then I will ask a question. But I guess if I'm not interested in it, I won't follow up,
Like,
But at the same time, it's like a sandwich. If someone's eating a sandwich, there's so many opportunities, and it's food. Like I'm genuinely interested in food. Like I personally don't like eating food; it's not my jam. But what other people are doing with food is interesting. Like I love watching people cook. I love like tasting food that people have cooked. So if someone has a bowl of cereal, I'm gonna be like, "What kind of cereal is it? Are you using soy milk or almond milk? Milk, normal milk, 2%? Not, like what is it? What kind of cereal is it?" Where if they're just like, "Oh yeah, I had a really shitty day today," well, that's cool. I'm sorry to hear that. End of conversation.
He asked the hard-hitting questions, like,
Oh my
what kind of
gosh.
cereal are you eating? What kind of milk in your
I'm
cereal?
not so crazy for small talk, but I'm just so used to engaging in small talk, and then usually from there, it would lead into something more, in depth, and maybe more interesting. And, oh, how's the weather? Oh, it's gorgeous. Next week it's gonna get hotter.
I think I'm just such an introvert that naturally I'm just looking for a way to bow out of a conversation. I have to push this whole being on stream and talking all the time is not like I have to push myself to do this kind of stuff. It's
Hey, good for
sitting
you though.
sitting in front of a computer and not talking to or engaging with anyone all day like is pretty great.
Right? It is.
I don't know.
Yeah, what did you eat, Abomination? What did you eat today? Was it a well-balanced meal? Are you eating twice a
People
day or 3
ask
times
me
a day?
about the weather.
I
Are
wanted
you on
what
a
are your
keto diet? Are you
what are your
fasting?
what are your macros?
Yeah, what are your calories?
Good stuff. I
Uh-oh,
mean,
Kimmy wants in too. You too, Kimmy. So what did you eat today?
they asked me. Oh
Like
my
I think that
gosh.
I found that a lot of people go the negative route. When you ask them something about their lives, they'll automatically kind of go the drama or negative route.
Ooh,
And if it's kind of in a negative route, I'll shut it down. Because I'm not a negative person. I like to hear the positive things in life, right? So it's like, oh, I had a shitty day. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. End of conversation. But it's like, oh, like I had, a great day today. Oh, well, what happened? Like, what made it so great? I don't know. I think that's kind of more where my brain
I
goes.
like I like that. I like that. I like that. Cinnamon toast. I haven't had that in
Me
decades.
I
too.
know,
That
right? It
sounds
sounds amazing.
lovely.
I had that
Kimmy, you
forever.
didn't
Yeah,
eat
Cinnamon Toast
anything?
Crunch is my favorite. Oh, wait, is
I
it
think
just cinnamon
anything
toast
cinnamon is my favorite. It's
with
so
butter?
good. What's the 200?
I think that's the
225?
breakdown of calories or
Oh, he's
Oh,
something. I don't know.
Oh my gosh, how do I do this?
Wait, you had pizza for dinner?
it sounds
What
good.
kind of pizza? Come on,
Here we
tell us
go.
what you're topping
Here
on.
we go.
Macros. Okay.
What were the toppings?
That's not
Pepperoni's
boring.
not boring. Pepperoni's awesome.
Pepperoni's the best there is. How can that,
Any kind of
You
specific
had a
crust?
well-balanced meal, Kimmy? What was
Nice.
the well-balanced meal?
Well,
You
yeah,
have a
See, there you go.
salad.
exactly.
I'm learning.
What made it
Salad,
I'm
well
learning.
balanced?
pasta. That was very
There
good,
we go.
Val.
There we go.
That was very
Thank you.
good.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Travis.
That was. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Game dev behind the scenes.
I know, right?
If it's not Vale and James going at it about something, it's a completely different subject.
Yeah, game jelly.
Oh boy. All the adult food groups you're supposed to? That's kind of subjective. I don't know. Like what
There's
are
a
all
lot.
the adult food groups?
See, your follow-up question is a lot different than my follow-up question. My follow-up question would be, why are there so many question marks in that statement?
Wow.
Very
Astute observation, though.
programmer brain, I think, question.
All the adult food
Dot
groups.
question mark dot dot.
Fiber, right?
Yeah.
Right, your protein, your carbs, your fiber, your sugars. What else is there?
I think as long as you get
I
low
mean,
carb,
vitamins.
high fiber,
Oh yeah, vitamins too.
enough protein.
But what was the meal though? Like let's talk about the meal. Like what was the protein? What was the vegetable? What was the carb? You know, you've established that you had a well balanced meal. Let's talk about this balance.
No, if you were paying attention reading between the lines, she didn't have a well balanced meal. She didn't eat at all. She was trying to cover the fact that she didn't eat by saying she ate a very well balanced meal, like, everything she's supposed to.
Ooh, that sounds good. Kielbasa.
That's true.
Oh, is that where the
Uh,
nothing? Oh, that's what she meant. Oh,
And that's what all the question marks mean.
Potato.
See? You gotta, little
And then
got the
interpretation.
joke.
Yeah.
I totally got the joke.
Ludum also has a hard time queuing into that kind of thing.
Let's see.
dude, you have no idea. No idea how hard it is for me to acknowledge that kind of thing. One, I don't recognize sarcasm. My brain doesn't comprehend sarcasm at
It really
all.
doesn't. He's not joking. Yeah.
It really doesn't. That's not a joke at all. Like sarcasm does not
That's-
exist in my brain at all.
That's something I'm gonna have to be careful around, Jeff, because I use it all the time, and if I don't realize you're not catching on, I might. There's probably been times I've said stuff and you're like not getting it.
That's
And by all means, like, don't have me stop you from being sarcastic. But if I come at you and be like, "Are you being serious?" That's like a legitimate like question. Like I'll question it and be like, "Is there sarcasm in that?" And that is a 100% legit question because like I don't know what it is. My brain doesn't recognize sarcasm. It's weird. I don't know. A lot of people are like, "What? You don't get sarcasm?" I really don't. I just don't. That's my autism, I guess. I don't know.
Interesting. Yeah, it's like Sheldon on Big Bang Theory. Same.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just trying to cut out the letter G. Okay. So let me see if I've got a hang of this, Ludum, okay? All right, so do you start at the top curve or do you start like in the straight line in the middle? Where do you start your cut for G? Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Are you talking about when you like write the letter G?
I was so I was being a little bit obnoxious. So Kimmy was saying she's trying to cut out the letter G because she's making those flashcards. And so to try to learn to ask follow-up questions, I'm asking where she would start her cuts to cut out the letter G. Instead of just letting her do her work, I'm like trying to learn this whole follow-up question thing. I was trying to be funny. Apparently it didn't land.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
I
would say the outer edge, I guess.
All right, abomination.
Like if you just cut around it, you just cut around it, and then you can cut the inside out. That'd probably be a better way to handle the paper, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like I'm like getting somewhere here. I don't even know. I'm missing a point here.
Yeah, but that's okay. I was basically mocking myself for the fact that I don't ask follow-up questions. And so normally I would just go, okay, she's cutting out the letter G, and I would just move right on without even acknowledging it. But instead, I asked follow-up questions prompted by, that whole conversation we had earlier. But anyway, we're going to move on.
Gotcha.
Abomination
Well,
Abomination
good job,
got me, and she thought it was funny, so that's okay. I'll take
And then
it.
now you have to stretch. Stretch it out.
I only got it because I also suck at follow up. we're supposed to stretch. Oh, thank you for that, Kimmy. All
You're
right,
slowly getting
stretch.
better though.
Travis, you too. Oh, we gotta stretch.
Thank you.
Okay.
Stretching.
Whew. I think we need a distraction.
Stretching.
Gotta get ourselves
We were
back
asking everyone
focused.
about their meals. What's everyone eating? So what about Royal? Royal, where'd you go? Royal Pain. Wait, did he say what he had pizza, right? Pizza and cinnamon toast also.
I cannot believe I'm looking for food after we ate. After all the food I've eaten, why am I looking for food?
Are you stretching? Attack.
Oh my gosh. I kind of want a bagel, but I don't want to sit and eat it on camera in front of everyone. I don't like doing that. Ugh. I am, I don't know why I even need to look for food. It's just like a go-to. I have to get food. That's an issue. Attack, you got so quiet. Are you just feeling that much worse, or did we offend you, or did you mute your mic?
Or maybe the mic's muted.
I think
Let's
she
hear
muted
it.
the mic. Yeah, we can't hear you at all.
How about now?
Yes,
Yeah.
now.
I can't hear you.
Aw, man.
Were you talking this entire time?
Yeah, here and there. And I
Oh
was
my
like,
gosh.
okay, dang it. Well,
I feel so bad because I'm like, I think we upset her. She's
No,
being
not at
so
all.
quiet.
no, it was just my mic.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't realize I was muted. Oh,
Okay.
thank you, Kimmy.
Why?
Guess we'll never know. Mwahaha.
Mwahaha.
I should share. Can you share clips on here on this chat?
Wait, share what?
Can you share like clips on the chat? Oh, there we go.
Oh,
There's if you guys want to look at the.
Apparently so.
are we entertaining? Begging for. That's good stuff.
Nice.
This might be the same one. Okay, I accidentally shared the
Why
same one
can't I
twice.
get this to
There's
work?
another one. Good job, Vale.
I mean, if we have to ask, then that kind of gives us the answer, right? I don't know.
I think you're right about that, Travis.
Oh dang! If you look at the Game Jelly chat on Slack, there's all kinds of clips here.
Yeah, I share it every time we
Nice.
stream.
Clipper extraordinaire.
Yeah, she is. Damn.
I try.
Woo woo.
It's fun.
Yeah.
That's awesome. It's great.
I might be oh dang it, now I'm sharing the same ones. I'm sorry, but I can't, it's hard to tell. There's one, let's see. Oh my gosh.
I love that you're getting all these. This is good stuff.
How do I delete one of my messages?
On Twitch? I don't know if you well, maybe you can. I don't know. I can delete it for you if you need me to. You just have to tell me which one.
The last one I shared.
Gone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you guys working at all?
What? Hungry? I
I'm
had food earlier.
uh,
I had curry, Japanese curry
I
that
think.
I made.
I think.
ooh, Japanese curry. And no one asked Travis what he
Ooh,
ate.
you
That's
made
okay, no
it.
worries.
Mm.
I'll end up saying it
What do you put
anyways,
your curry?
because I'm sure everyone wants to know what I've had. What did I put? Just the usual potatoes. I had some sweet potatoes in there actually, and some cabbage. I didn't have any carrots. Usually I put
Ooh,
carrots,
sweet.
onions. I usually put garlic, but I didn't get to that this time around. And I cooked it in a slow cooker.
What do you?
Ooh, nice.
So
Oh shoot! Are you
I
using
just made
display
a
too?
lot, so I had a bunch for like meal prep. Oh, thanks, Abomination.
Nice.
That's awesome. That
I
sounds
threw
delicious.
in some steak in there. probably
Ooh.
probably shouldn't have done that because in a slow cooker it like cooked it till well done.
Ah,
But the curry was really nice.
that's
I
awesome.
didn't make it from scratch. I just used a box.
The box stuff is good too.
Yeah, the box pretty decent.
I've made it from scratch. I actually have some in the freezer, the
Ooh,
cubes that I
nice.
made.
It's so good.
Yes. Okay, this is driving me crazy.
What's driving you crazy?
That I can't get the transform to the cursor, or to the cursor, yeah. Ludum, do you know how to do that?
Hi.
Shouldn't it be cursor?
Transform to the cursor.
Cursor
That
to
would be setting the pivot point to the cursor, right? Isn't that an option? In
Oh,
the...
oh. Wait a second. Oh my god, yes. Thank you. Oh my god. I feel like I knew that. I swear I know what I'm doing. Not really. Do we really in life know what
You
we're
know what you're doing. You're under the weather.
Yeah, we'll blame that.
Well,
Alright,
that's the thing about life is no one really knows what they're doing until they know what they're doing.
fake it till you make it,
it's situational.
baby.
That is deep. By the way, that was sarcasm. Sorry.
Okay, do you guys know?
Thank you for pointing that out. Thank you.
I found it deep and profound. So
It was pretty. That's a pretty deep
Profound.
statement. Everyone's winging everything until they figure it out. Okay.
You're not wrong. That's true.
What were you just asking? Someone was asking something there.
You guys know the guy that does Bob's Burgers voice? Like Bob from Bob's Burgers.
oh, thank you.
Gotta
I
say
have a
no.
surprise dinner here. Second dinner.
Nice. Woo.
It's
Oh.
tomatoes. It's well
Let's
balanced.
see. Put him on the big screen. Let's see.
Big
How do we
screen
put
it.
him on
Big
the big
screen it. Let's see
screen?
it.
That looks like a gourmet meal right
Caprese.
there.
It looks like caprese.
Is that caprese salad?
Looks like it. Got some
Ooh.
pesto, basil, some mozzarella, fresh mozzarella, tomatoes,
Wow.
and this
Caprese.
is
Caprese
Spanish,
salad, baby.
Spanish, what, pan con tomate, without the
Oh.
bread.
Delicious.
Why, thank you. I feel bad eating in front of you
Nice.
guys.
Don't feel bad. Mukbang.
You know what I'm realizing?
Eat it up.
I am realizing that the name of our program, the game jelly, is really limiting and discriminating against all other food groups, which we do discuss here on the stream. So we might need to come up with a more inclusive name because
Game food.
Well, anything can be a jelly,
Well, I mean,
right?
game jelly was a pun off of game jam, though, because
yes, I know.
we're doing
was
a game jam.
I was just making a joke. Game jelly is perfect. It's awesome.
Oh, was that sarcasm?
Yeah, it was a joke about how much we talk about food.
There we go.
Combination. You're always welcome.
Speaking of food, Meerkat.
Same abomination.
Where were you going with that thought then? You said speaking of food. I'm in the same place. Oh my gosh. Huh?
I could go for a bowl of cereal.
Grape nuts would probably be the worst thing to eat while I'm trying to be on camera.
Do you eat grape nuts?
Wait, hold on. Do you actually like grape nuts? Do you
Yeah.
like grape nuts, Vale?
Yeah.
Fail. I'm offended.
Really? You like grape nuts?
Yes, I like grape nuts.
I think you're the first person I've ever met to admit they like grape nuts. Wow.
Wait, what are grape nuts?
It's
You've
a
never
type
had
of
grape nuts?
cereal. It's
Grape
like
seeds?
can you imagine eating a spoonful of little pebbles? Like
Like rocks.
Seeds?
Like
rock
legit rocks.
hard
Grape seeds?
pebbles.
They're
What
a
are we
lot
talking about?
tastier than rocks.
But they're hard as rocks.
No, but
is what I'm trying to
you
say.
can't bite them.
They
I
break
mean-
your
Can't bite
teeth.
them though.
They're very crunchy, and but you
No,
have
they're
to
not crunchy.
you have to eat them fast. That's what I love about
They're
them,
aggressive.
because you have to eat it fast
Wait,
so that the milk
what are we
doesn't get
talking
them
about?
too soft. I hate
Grape
like
nuts.
You mean
I hate
swallow them
soggy
whole?
cereal.
Grape nuts?
I don't like soggy cereals. So yeah, I like crunchy stuff.
These are grape nuts, Travis.
Wait, do grape nuts get soggy?
Of course they do.
What? How do I not know this?
That it's like biting rocks because they're so hard.
I like crunchy cereal. My top 3 for the last several years. Thank you. That's very nice of you. My top 3 for the last several years
Oh.
are
Oh, okay. I know what this is. I just never buy it.
grape nuts.
No one buys it except Vale.
This is
They
granola,
wouldn't sell
right?
it if I were the only one who bought it.
Isn't this granola?
That was sarcasm, Vale. Okay.
we need like a sarcasm bell or something that we can
Right?
play. Little
Between
sarcasm
you and
alert.
Ludum, I can't take it.
I understand sarcasm. I just don't accept it because I'm so literal. My top 3 cereals
I get that.
for the last few years are grape nuts, granola, and
What is
shredded
granola?
frosted
Like-
shredded wheat.
Isn't granola just granola?
Yeah, granola's just granola. Granola's just granola. Granola's just granola. I'm with you, Travis.
Oh my god.
It was just granola. Wow.
I like a cinnamon toast crunch.
It's true though.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man.
So what was the third one? I didn't even hear the third one.
Frosted shredded wheat.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. So you put granola in milk. I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the
Oh my
granola.
gosh, are you guys serious?
Yeah.
I'll look it up for you here.
It's like granola's like you put it in trail mix.
Well, it's a cereal.
It's not a
I can't even right now. Oh my
Right?
god. Are you kidding me?
Hang on. Let's see.
Oh my gosh. I'm dying. Yep.
You alive?
Right. Can you see on my screen?
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Barely. It's very small.
Oh, that's a search. Anyway, yeah.
It's called Simply Granola. It's literally called Simply Granola.
It is.
We stand corrected, Bill.
Oh, what?
Me and Travis are the losers. We stand corrected. It's literally called
Granola is a
Simply
cereal?
Granola.
That's
Okay, calm down. I get it. It's called granola. Simply Granola.
I'm curious.
Oh my
to know
goodness.
What exactly is granola? What's the definition?
They're oh my gosh, it's too much. I can't stop laughing. It hurts. They're mocking me because I said I eat granola for breakfast. And they're like, granola? Isn't that just granola?
No, that's not accurate.
We're
We asked
mocking
what your
you.
favorite cereals are, and
Right?
you said granola.
I like
This right
granola.
here. Quick. This right here. That's
Yeah, I mean, hey, we stand corrected, I guess.
I like granola. I used to get granola versus
Oh my
cereal.
gosh. He's in on this too.
What did you say, Travis?
She-
You eat
Camille,
granola too?
Man. Between Travis and Camille. Camille just said, is Travis the only one doing any work? Oh, he started it with the granola.
Oh my god. Oh man.
That's so funny.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I can't even breathe. This is ridiculous. Just about
guys are-
granola.
You
You
guys
kidding me?
You guys are killing me. I can't believe. Has no one really ever heard of having granola for cereal?
Correct. Yeah,
mean,
usually granola, like
I
you
usually
eat
have
it like
granola.
That's not-
as
That's
granola.
not cereal. It's
as
just
granola.
They're
I
like-
think
They're like, that's not a cereal. You put granola on like yogurt and stuff.
yes, exactly. Yes,
I
see?
put milk in my granola, and like sometimes I have it with yogurt or. Yeah.
Where do you buy it at the grocery store when you get granola to put on your cereal?
Next to the cereal. Next to the oatmeal and all that stuff.
Oh my.
Abomination
Oh my
said Travis
gosh.
just ate his caprese and watched as everything caught fire
Yeah.
like a boss.
Wow.
Oh, it's amazing. Oh, it's funny.
Oh my gosh.
I think we should try to get Ludum to crack like that every time we stream. It should be like the goal of the
Dude.
stream.
I don't even remember what was the catching point to that. all I remember is that like the moment I saw Simply Granola as the cereal, like on the cereal box, was just like, what? Like, that's not cereal. It's just granola.
They're just trying to
Oh, okay.
It's like the granola, the leftover granola that didn't clump up as granola, so they gotta scoop it off of the cement floor to repurpose it as cereal. Right?
What?
I'm just kidding. You know, like they're making the granola in the factory, and then
Oh my
all the
god.
leftover pieces that
Oh
don't
my
clump up
gosh.
as chunks of granola, they gotta like repurpose that as some kind of other product.
You know that it was. You know
That's
that.
how they
The
make
logic
granola.
is
I
sound
love
wrong.
that.
Oh my
I
goodness.
could see that happening. I don't know.
That is amazing. I think you're right.
Ooh, sheesh.
That's canon.
Yep,
Oh,
that is
gosh.
canon.
Yeah.
Yep, straight up.
I love that.
Oh, my head hurts now. Wow,
Oh man, same.
my brain fell apart during that.
Ah,
What kind of granola you eating? What's in it?
man.
Rolled oats, and
Yogurt bits?
rice,
Yogurt? Does it got like raisins in it? What's in your granola over there?
I don't have any granola right now. I'm eating ice cream cake.
Oh, where did that come from?
What?
What is she saying? What's Camille
Oh my
saying?
gosh.
Something
You're
about a
eating granola.
grown ass man eating ice cream cake.
I like ice cream cake.
Ooh, ice cream cake's my favorite.
Wait, what flavor of ice cream?
Just let him
So-
eat, Ludum.
It's like a
No.
chocolate cookie crust and then a
Eat in
vanilla ice
peace.
cream with caramel, and then it's got like some kind of whipped topping. I don't know, it's got a couple layers. Chocolate drizzle, caramel drizzle. It's pretty
Sounds legit. Is it like an Oreo
driving me
cookie
crazy.
or
close. It's not, but it kind of is.
Let him eat his
Chocolate.
ice cream
It's like a
cake in
chocolate.
peace. Just kidding.
negative? That will never happen.
Oh my gosh.
Whew, boy. Good lord, guys.
Good stuff.
I can't believe I laughed that hard about granola of all things. Ooh, boy. Man.
Did you know that when you buy cereal or basically any product, usually a rule of thumb is to, depending on how many grams there are of carbs, you want at least like one fiber per like 10 carbs. And if it's less, if you don't have any fiber, then it's not that healthy in terms of like fiber to carb ratio.
Oh, okay.
So like usually when I'm buying cereal or granola, I make sure like I look at how many carbs there are and I'm like, okay, there's like 30 carbs. And then I look at how much fiber it's like per serving, right? So it's like, okay, so there's 30 and then there's 3 grams of fiber. So okay, that's a good ratio. But if it's like, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 grams of carbohydrates and then it's like 1 fiber, 1 gram of fiber, then it's like usually, okay, not so great.
Interesting. That's a good rule of thumb.
Oh my goodness. It's gonna take me all night to recover
Yeah.
from tonight.
Ooh. Tell me. Granola, how it's made.
Oh my gosh.
Hot stuff! Hot stuff?
That's a good clip. I think Attack is going to be the official clip maker.
I'm sorry. I hope it's not getting annoying.
Mm-mm. Quite the opposite. I love it.
No. Oh man, my chest hurts from laughing so much.
Right? See, and then here's the problem. I am going to be laughing in the morning because when I get up and go to get my cereal, I'm going to reach for my granola and I'm going to end up thinking about this whole conversation.
All right,
and
we'll
it's
watch
gonna
this
hit
clip
me
right
again.
now. Watch this. Is it granola? Just granola. Watch that clip. That is the best one. Oh man. Hilarious. Too good.
That's a great one.
Oh, Ludum, you're not helping me.
I have to stop myself from laughing. Look, this granola is just granola, man.
Travis is able to put it behind him and move on and get work done.
Nope.
Much to Camille's point.
I think it's funny.
I really struggle with this.
Ooh, boy. I'm still getting work. Hey, hold on a second. I'm still getting work done here. I'm making a little cute little neighborhood over here for the balls to roll down.
I mean, it's looked great. Every time I look over there, I see you got something new on there. It looks great. I wish I could say the same. I'm struggling with stupid little things and getting nowhere. I am probably the least productive I am in my entire day during this Game Jelly stream. It is not good.
What?
Oh,
What do you mean?
Man.
Just hanging, chilling out, having a good time. Nothing wrong with that, right?
I need to do...
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
Boom, boom,
Okay.
boom. Water, water. What can you do with water? You need water for the dishes, water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear.
Oh God, I got him again.
Oh,
Just with the name of the clip.
no one buys it except Val. Nice.
All right, cheers. Thanks for the hydrate.
Oh, water. Cheers.
Water. Cheers.
Cheers. It's just a solid clip name. I can hear the conversation in my head too. They wouldn't keep making it if I was the only one buying.
That's sarcasm veil.
Oh my god. I'll be right back. Oh jeez.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, crud. Okie dokie. Artichoke.
I gotta think of scale here.
Eureka. Okay. Alright. What? How come that did not work? Okie dokie.
Let's see. Flare's gonna drop down. I think we need to split this path up instead. I think I screwed up on this design of this little neighborhood.
Oh, whoops, actually.
This should all be centered. So then as the balls drop down, they can separate and go in their own little paths. Not too far apart though. Travis, you said you're going to be there all 3 days of Level Up Expo, yeah?
Just Friday and Saturday.
Oh, just Friday, Saturday.
I could go Sunday. I would just have to cancel a bunch of things. Is there anything? I mean, that's kind of all the same, right?
Usually, yeah.
Okay.
Usually, after Saturday, from what I've seen and heard, I mean, like, well, I think it went on a Sunday once. It was pretty dead. But yeah.
Yeah, it's a big area, but I think you can cover it all in 2 days and feel like you saw everything.
That's true. I don't know if I need to go a third day.
I think the panels are a big thing.
Panels?
Yeah, you know, like with actors and like people like talking about whatever it is they want on panels. I think that's a big part of why people come back. Just know I'll be waving at you guys all weekend.
James was setting up a mock-up of our booth today because he got off early, and I got home and we were like looking at it and stuff, and he stood like 10 or so feet away from it, and he's like, "This is what our booth is gonna look like to Vale." Because it's like about the distance that you're gonna be from our booth. So he's like, "This is what it's gonna look like to Vale."
Yeah. I'm like, no, this is how the IGDA will see our booth because
Yeah.
they're literally across from us.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
It's funny.
That's awesome.
Oh, why does it look like that? Oh, I know why. What in tarnation? There we go. Now we're talking.
Have you guys been playing any games lately? Like any new games or previous games?
The only thing I've played. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you. The only thing I have played recently has been Anno 1800. I've been playing that. on Sundays. Although I don't think I played this past Sunday.
Never heard of that game.
Haven't really played anything lately. Yeah. I'm playing a remastered of Star Ocean. Star Ocean 2, the second story.
Which one? Second Story. You got the
Yeah.
remaster? Oh my
Yeah,
god, how
remastered.
is it?
I'm still playing it. It's fun. It's nostalgic.
Did you play the original?
I did, yeah. A lot of things I don't remember.
Is Diaz still the badass that he is?
What was that?
Was his name Diaz? Diaz?
Oh yeah, Diaz. He's cool. I'll have to play it right now.
Is he still the badass that he once was?
Yeah, I think so. I'm playing Claude right now, so unfortunately I won't get to play him.
Claude. Right on. That's
Yeah,
my
it's
favorite
really
Star Ocean. I love that one. That's a great one.
Yeah, mine too. I grew up with it. I should be playing it like every single day when I was little.
Like Till the End of Time was still pretty awesome. I thoroughly enjoyed that as well.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was fun too.
Second Story
that
was
one.
just it was a good one.
All right, Ludum, I am ready to give you these things. Actually, no, I'm not. Give me just another second.
Just to make sure, the bowl is in track elements, right? Yes, it is. Okay, cool. So everyone save your work, by the way.
Ah, yeah.
Thank you.
Speaking of, should we push and I don't know.
Maybe we should pull.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Push and
I'll
pull.
shove.
I feel like what you've been doing is way more important. So whatever we have to do to make sure yours gets chosen if there's any kind of discrepancy.
Ooh, Abomination said she's gonna play Chrono Trigger on
Ooh,
PC with an N64 controller.
Sweet.
Very cool.
Wait, Chrono Trigger with a N64 controller? What? Hold on. That is... What?
What?
On your PC? Okay, I have a couple questions. One, why? Two, how are you connecting an N64 controller to your PC? I guess those are the only two questions.
You want to play every game with an N64 controller? Interesting.
So
Bought an adapter?
Look
So
at
you
them.
bought an adapter for your PC to play games with an N64 controller? Like, just in general?
That's cool.
All right.
Where there's
that's
a
cool,
will,
that's
there's a
cool.
way.
Yes, Val, go on.
This is what I'm talking about, that you can open up. It shows the source version, the base original version, and the destination local version. Like what's gonna happen.
Oh, that screen. Okay, that's what you meant. Okay. I have seen that, but it's all gibberish to me because I'm not fluent in certain ways. But that's what you meant. Okay. So that goes like item by item.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you access that again?
I don't know. It just pops up.
What? It's just really like when you hit what pending changes, incoming changes,
Like when
or
there's
incoming changes.
Yeah, like when there's a conflict that it's not sure what to do with. When it seems sure of itself, it just does it unless you intervene. But if it said like this one, it says the current conflict is non-automatic, so it pops this open. I just want to accept.
What the heck?
I just want to accept everything from the source version. How do I do that?
I can't tell what is making it less metallic or more metallic. I cannot tell.
I feel like I did this before.
That's more. Interesting.
I would like to ask what the conflicts are, since like we've been working on separate.
I mean,
levels.
That's what I don't understand. Like, even when I'm looking at this stuff, it has nothing to do with anything I'm working on. I really don't understand at all. I gotta be honest. It makes no sense to me. This is all stuff that you're doing. So why it would be a conflict, I don't understand.
Yeah, unless there's like some parts of the track that are not in Castle Track and they're actually in main, but because honestly I haven't been like keeping track of what I click on in a sense of where it sits, but I imagine most elements are within the Castle Track level. Cube, thunder.
Good enough for me.
Universal render pipeline metallic, correct? Is what we're using?
Yes,
I think so.
correct.
Yeah. All right, Ludum. Get ready. I'm gonna send you the bowl.
Take the bull by the horns.
We're getting a new bowl. Oh, nice. Well said.
I may have made it obnoxious with this marble, but I don't know. We'll see what it looks like. Just trying a different texture. And then now I'm gonna do the door. The bowl door. Blah, 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 bowl.
So it's textured and good to go?
Yeah, the bowl, yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, wait a minute. No. Hold on. I didn't bake it. What is wrong with me? Hold on a second. I gotta send you textures again. Don't put those textures in. Do you hear me?
You didn't even send me anything yet.
Yes, I did in Discord.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't hit send. Just kidding. Just kidding. It was a test. I wanted to make sure you were paying attention. And I have good news. You were. Congratulations, you passed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Let's see. Yes. What is your final team for Chrono Trigger? I want to know. Come on, Abomination.
All right, Ludum. I sent you the
Nope, there it is.
textures and the FBX.
Dale, did you push your changes, by the way?
I push it real good.
Pushed.
Yes. No.
Pushed.
Okay. Cool. All right. I had no issues here. Nothing changed on my end. It says you changed main, lobby, and obstacle, and there's nothing changed within what I had changed, so we should be good, right?
Cool.
Does everything still look good on your end, sir?
Yeah. I mean, depends on what you mean. Sure. That's great.
I mean, like, did all the work that you do, is it still all there? Like,
Yeah.
you look frustrated. And sound frustrated.
I'm sorry.
Are you? Like, I'm just inquiring. Like, is everything okay? Like, did everything go okay in that sense? Like,
yes. I'm I'm not used to not being able to just work on everything, and like I'm trying to, if you're solely working in Castle Track and I can dive into main, then it's fine. But I've been trying to figure out how to do what I want to do without touching main, and it's just been driving me up the wall. And so I'm just wanting to like learn more about the version control and how we can better utilize it to our advantage here instead of it being so restrictive on us. But it's kind of not something I'm able to do at this moment. And I just feel like I'm trying to build this game blindfolded and handcuffed. From my
but
end
right now,
tonight.
right now you can work on main though, right?
Okay.
Because
right.
I'm not touching main, so you can touch.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Okay.
Is that not the case?
Okay.
I'm asking. Like, you're good to touch main, right?
Okay. Great. I mean, you're the one who can tell me that or not. I don't know. I just, I hope we can come up with a nice, smooth way to
You sound
increase.
exactly like I do with version control. Especially when we first started, I was like, I don't get it. What am I doing? I like it is a hard, weird thing. Like I was the same, and you don't want to mess up, right? You don't want to accidentally like override something or delete work or whatever, right? Like, oof. Yeah, version control is dumb. It's amazing, obviously, like it's necessary, but it's like it is frustrating. So I
Yeah.
uh I understand your frustration.
I'm sure it's just a matter of like really diving in and understanding the tool better.
Yeah. Yeah, once you understand
But
it and use it often,
it's not,
you'll get
yeah, it's
there.
not something that's going to happen in short order.
Yeah,
Right.
for sure.
Yeah.
You'll get it.
But just for ease of your mind, like as I'm adjusting things right now, main is not changing at all on my side of things.
Okay.
So like as I'm moving stuff around, nothing's changing in main. So that means that you can have full reigns of main to you because now I no longer need to touch it. Everything I'm doing has nothing to do with main.
Okay.
So like my pending changes, main doesn't even show up. It's just castle track and pro builder stuff. That's all it is. So I think I personally feel like we fixed the problem where you can work in main and not have to worry about any of it.
Okay.
Luda Mirificus. I sent you the
Yes, ma'am.
bowl door now.
Oh yeah, that's what I was doing. I was downloading that stuff. Got it. Okay.
So you've got
Thank
the
you.
bowl. You're welcome. You got the bowl and the door. So I'm gonna chill for a second and see what you say about those and see if there's anything else I need to do or fix or whatever.
Bowl.
I need to call it soon though, because I have a early busy day tomorrow, but I just want to make sure that stuff imports well.
You got to get your rest and recover.
Right, yeah. Don't want to overdo it, that's for sure. Someone needs to touch the main. Royal pain. Nice.
What?
Someone, please. Someone
I'll,
needs
I'll
to touch the
touch
Oh.
main.
Someone touch it.
Oh my goodness.
Nice. A good Chrono Trigger team, by the way. I just now saw that. Nice. Nice. I think the last time I played, I think it was Frog Chrono and Marl or Marley, as some people like to say. Gotta have them heals. But I played Chrono with I forget what the accessory was, but where he's like in rage mode, so you don't control Chrono at all. He just auto attacks, but he has extra damage. I played like the entire game like that, and it worked out great. So I only had to basically control just two characters, one to heal and one to do supportive damage. Let's see, where am I right now with my current playthrough? I just... Where was it? Let's see. I got Robo, and I went back to...
Bye, Kimmy. Thank you for stopping by.
My
Bye.
Kimmy!
Hi,
Thanks for
Kimmy.
hanging out.
Good luck with
Thanks
the
for buying us your
preschoolers.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Yeah,
hanging out.
Hope you
Yeah,
got it all
thanks.
cut out.
Laminate it
Eat.
up.
Don't forget to eat.
Mhm.
Speaking of food, what is everyone's favorite breakfast meal?
Oof,
If you had like a first meal of the day, what's your favorite?
that is a tough one. Now, French toast is a good choice. I would go
Ooh,
with
French
that. I would
toast.
go with that second. I mean, like you're just talking about favorite, not any other
Just
conditions. Just
like
what you like.
if you were going to die at lunchtime and you had
Dang,
the
going back to
opportunity to have
that
your
dark
favorite
place.
breakfast of all time, you know,
For me, it would
if you
be
have to have your favorite breakfast, what would it be?
the crepes that I make. I do
Ooh.
Crepes with
I
what?
do
Like
I do a
you're just
sweet
gonna have a crepe
crepe.
by itself?
What kind of
No,
crepes?
they're they're crepes with the filling is cream cheese, sour cream, and vanilla, and then I put sour cream, blueberries, and strawberries on top.
Mm.
Nice.
All right, all right.
I'm more of a savory gal, so I always want to try like French or get French toast and all this stuff at restaurants, but I always end up getting savory stuff. I'm into like I don't know, like I'm not into like scrambled eggs or anything like that. I don't know, maybe like a breakfast burrito or like a skillet. Winning the lottery and eating 8 eggs every morning. That would
Nice.
cost you like
But how
$50.
would you have those eggs cooked, Royal? Like, do you have a specific way you like your eggs?
Poached. Just kidding.
Fancy.
Ooh, poached.
Over easy.
Solid.
Six scrambled and 2 over easy on top. Dang, I never thought about having like scrambled eggs and then putting over easy on top.
I never
That's
thought of
actually
that
kind of
either.
genius.
Interesting.
I like a home rice.
But
That's
yeah,
actually a really awesome idea.
Excuse
so
me.
all right, if it's a last meal type breakfast, I want crepes, French toast, scrambled eggs, sausage. I mean, it's my last meal anyway, right?
Steak. I want steak with
So
that.
you want
Ah,
basically every
Steak and eggs.
Steak and
breakfast
eggs
That's-
is
supplement.
awesome.
Wagyu
I think
steak
that's
and
what
eggs.
that's. I
With
think that would be
potatoes.
my choice. Would be the French toast, scrambled eggs, hash browns, sausage, and
Nice.
crepes. Yeah.
No grape nuts? Or
Grape nut.
granola?
No, those are quick grab off the shelf in the morning. That's what I eat every day. I don't need them for a.
See, Royal Pain said too, and grape nuts. You're on the same page as me. We're on the same page.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, no grape nuts. I've seen them before. I didn't realize they were called grape nuts.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, like when I look at it, I'm like, oh, I've maybe had it once.
Yeah, I think I've had it like once too, and that was it. And
I don't know if I bought it on purpose. It was maybe bought on accident. Like, what
I
is
feel like my
this?
parents probably bought it at some point when I was little, and I tried it and was like, ugh.
Yeah, I think that's what happened to me.
You didn't know grapes had nuts. Yeah, I know, right? Like, where did they get that
I
name?
was like, seeds? You mean grape seeds? What are you talking about?
Like, where did they get that name?
Grape nuts.
Are you implementing the bowl, Ludum?
Yes.
Woohoo!
So the bowl doesn't have a hole in the bottom of it.
What do you mean? What in? What are you talking about? Wait a minute. Are you sure you're implementing the right one?
Bowl.bolt1.fbx. Like, if you look at my screen right now.
Yeah, but I mean, that's what the old one was called too, so. Okay, well, let me check.
Alright. Well, I deleted it from the project.
Because file, open, I'm going to import bowl 1 FBX. Yeah, it
I
should be
think
this. This is what it looks like.
if I was having my last breakfast, I think I'd have a Japanese breakfast.
Ooh, I
So
love
I would
that.
have like this tray, like kind of like a tray with like miso soup, rice, and then some kind of fried or grilled fish, and then like other things, pickled vegetables or something. I think that would be good.
You live like a king, sir.
Sounds amazing.
What?
Yeah, miso soup, and then your rice, and then your like some kind of grilled fish.
Babe, I know you need to do for breakfast tomorrow.
I'm so down. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, so yummy.
Sounds
Holy crap, dude.
And then an egg somewhere in there, maybe like poached egg and miso soup.
Ooh.
Sounds so good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the FBX you gave me doesn't have a hole in the center. It's just like a full bowl.
Okay, let me give you a different one, I guess. Upload file.
Ooh, looks good. Yeah, something like that.
Try that one. I'm just very confused because that should be it.
Bowl 1. Alright, I'll delete that.
Yes,
That
it
in
is.
there.
Can I send a picture?
There we go. Alright, that one actually has a hole in it
Image
now.
address.
You can put a picture like in front of your screen, maybe, and then we can
Here.
see it. Oh, let's see. Oh my god, that looks so good.
Yeah. So I want that for my breakfast.
Yes. What would you put on the
Wait,
fish?
what are we looking at? What are we looking at?
He
What?
shared a picture if you click on the link.
Oh.
I think the salmon's already seasoned.
Wait. That was your meal?
Yeah.
Like that you took that picture?
I mean, not typically, but I mean that would be it would be nice. Usually it's just the miso soup.
Oh.
Yum.
Oh, I thought you took that picture. I was like, what?
Oh, that'd be nice. I'll have to imitate that.
Yes.
Miso soup for breakfast, though. Ooh.
Yeah, it's a breakfast. Usually, typically, for breakfast.
That's awesome. I'm gonna retire to Japan one day.
I know, right? Sounds amazing.
That's what I'm gonna eat for breakfast. Attack's a foodie. She's a hard foodie.
No, I wouldn't say so. What constitutes being
What?
a foodie? What? Don't look at me like
Serious?
that. I wouldn't consider myself a foodie. I just like to eat.
Am I a
Like there's,
foodie?
you know.
I don't think so. I don't think I am.
Tak is such a foodie.
No, I'm not. I like to eat. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm a food. Okay, what constitutes a foodie?
Oh yeah, I like to eat. Right? We just like to eat
Okay.
really good things.
If that makes me a foodie, I'm a foodie. Cause yeah. I
Oh,
like
you
to go
know,
outside
like
the
one, she's
box.
great at cooking. Two, she watches recipes and cooking before bed.
Like every night, pretty much.
Three,
yeah.
she is always
Like next
always
weekend,
looking
right?
for ways to make like
Fancy foodie place.
recipes of some sort, or take a recipe and make it better. You know,
Royal
all
wants
that
to go to some fancy foodie place in Vegas. What place? Is it
There's
like a
There's a lot of
festival?
places.
Oh,
Depends
for
on what kind
sure.
of cuisine and how much money you want to spend.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right,
what's your
Royal.
budget?
If you can pick a genre of food to be fancy with in Vegas,
Yeah,
when like next week when you guys come down for Level Up Expo,
yeah. Pick a cuisine, right? Pick a
We'll go
cuisine.
out.
what?
We'll go
Yeah,
out.
How much money you want to spend?
Yeah.
yeah. We'll go out.
Or like,
We'll go to a fancy food place.
You're killing me, guys.
or you can find some really good places that are fairly inexpensive.
Ooh, French Laundry. That's Thomas Keller. Thomas Keller French Laundry. That's some fancy stuff. That's Michelin star chef.
See what
Love
I mean by
it.
she's a foodie?
Yeah, okay, I'm a foodie. Okay, you got me. I guess so. Marco Pierre White. He's awesome too.
Ooh, I like the building.
Right? Okay, see what I mean?
I literally have no idea what laundry has to do with this. Who that guy is.
me and you both, Abomination. Right?
Hey.
I'm like, laundry? What? Food? And
So-
clothing? What?
It's a
Do
very
you watch
renowned chef.
Was it Chef's Table?
No,
on
I've heard that's a
Netflix?
good one. I've heard it's a good one.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Oh, how's that looking? You should put some balls in it. You should teabag that bowl. Drop some balls in it. Actually, I'm gonna come to you to see it in better quality. I will be right back.
Looks yummy.
Whoa!
Oh, I got out of collision too. Everything. In general, it looks good though. This is an interesting texture though.
Yeah, I just wanted to try something different.
Okay. Let's see. I have to add a mesh collider. I'll have to think about this real quick. Mesh collider, and then this I need to mesh collide and mesh collide. I think that's all we need. I think.
You're cut off of the screen.
Where? Was there?
Yeah.
Oh, no, see, you can see me right there.
Apparently. Oh.
Look at him go.
Gotta make the rest of it.
Oh, I didn't add the light or the physical material to it too. Hold on 1 second. Physic mat 1, 2. I'm gonna talk to him. We'll talk to him. Alright, so. There's something weird going on there, but. When do they like fly back in?
Alright, well, there's the door. It's a lot bigger.
Right, it is, and then when it opens. Yeah.
Oh, yay.
That's
Right,
pretty
so
awesome.
they should open at the same time. Like that.
Yep.
And then they drop, and then they go through this little town area over here.
Ooh,
Wow.
The balls will drop.
Nice.
It's really cool.
It's looking fun.
Right, and then they'll do their own little thing here, and then they'll end up over here.
Oh, one of them's going. Yeah. Oh.
Oh.
mine fell.
Oh,
Oh, there they come.
down some stairs.
Dun, 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 dun,
No.
dun, dun.
Oh, I tried to save it, but yeah. So, oh, there's
Oh,
another
there's
one.
one. There's one.
Go! You got this, buddy. Oh, it's on the. Oh, it's on the out. It's over here. Sorry, bud. You're gonna fall into oblivion. Oh. Oh no. All gone.
That's
Well,
good
great
stuff.
job on the bowl and the door so far.
Thank you. With that, I think I have to call it because I need to get some sleep. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
okay,
Well,
just
thank
making
you. Good job. Nice accomplishments there.
Yes.
Plus
Yeah,
all
great
the
work.
plus all
Thanks
the
for joining
clips.
us.
Good job on
You're
those.
Doing too well.
Yes, was a fun
Yeah, the clips were
time.
awesome.
It
Had
was
some good
fun.
laughs.
Abomination, thank you as well. Appreciate it. It was fun to see you use the mic command that I programmed today. That was really cool. I saw that earlier.
Did you use it?
Yeah, I saw there was a M2 Plus earlier, so she bumped up Attack the Dawn's mic.
Oh, okay. I
Can
didn't
we
see
see that as viewers?
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah, she types it in the chat and it triggers StreamerBot to control OBS.
All right, y'all. I'm out. Bye.
Bye.
Fun.
Thank
Till
you.
next
Good
time.
job.
Great work.
See y'all. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See ya. Great job.
Yeah,
Looks good.
yeah. For sure.
All right. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. So next we're going to need to program it to where a point system is built in, where so many points are hit and then the doors are open. Which I'm going to need to drop this environment down further because these doors are bigger now. So, crap, we don't want clipping. We do not want that. Shoot. Oh, bye, Abomination. Have a nice night.
Bye-bye. Bye,
Yeah,
Abomination.
yeah. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. You too. Dang, 1 a.m. Yeah.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I could really go for some cereal, though. After talking about cereal and stuff, like, shoot. That sounds really good. So that's the case. I should probably move the bowl and doors. Maybe about there-ish. can't believe it's 10 o'clock. Wow.
Right.
What are you working on, Vale?
Just trying to keep my brain from exploding.
Oh boy.
Struggling with getting these layers to interact like I want them to create some cool effects.
Like what's the goal? Like you're still doing the start menu, right?
Yeah.
Like what are you looking to do with it? Like like visually? What are you giggling over there?
I mean,
mind your own business. I'm just kidding.
No,
Damn. All right.
No, I just wish I hadn't even started. But it's like I haven't. Basically, what I was envisioning was like a. So you have these different little panels for the individuals. And basically, I'm just visualizing a fairly empty start screen. But then, as the first player joins, their nameplate would kind of slide into place right here, where it's going to be shown on the screen. So I'm going to create like a quick little animation to basically drag this in, and then so you sort of see them register, you see them join by having an animation that brings in their name, and then I was going to have the ball that gets selected for them kind of roll into place like a close-up, just sitting here in that spot. I know how I want it to look. I can see it in my mind. But every time I've tried, I've been so focused on the stupid ball, trying to get it right, and then all the version control issues. I mean, I could have done a whole bunch of other stuff by now and just not worried about the ball for the moment. But that's what's really tripping me up, is trying to figure out the best approach to getting the uniquely selected player balls to show up with a close-up view on this screen in the right place. Originally, at the end of last week, what I was thinking was that I was going to put a box around each ball and do a close-up shot of it. But I really, the more I thought about it, hate that idea. So I was just going to create a separate entity. I've also toyed around with just having the single ball, the player ball, so that I don't have to create two, having it visible and block everything else. So like mask the whole scene except for their ball, basically. So yeah, I don't know. There's several ways, but all I feel like I've done is wasted time trying to figure out the best approach to come up with this really cool, slick visual idea that has nothing to do with actual gameplay. So
That's a pretty solid idea, though. Like, I dig the idea of having the player's name like scroll across, like on
yeah,
their little their bit. Like, I love that. When it comes to the animation of the ball like rolling in, is that what you mean? So it's like when the player selects or like joins in and they select their skin, like an animation will play where they kind of roll into frame with that skin. Is that what you were saying?
yeah,
That's pretty
yep,
dope. I dig that idea a lot,
yeah.
actually.
I like the idea visually. I just I don't like some of my options and trying to create it right. And I've gone back and forth multiple times with trying to determine how I want to do like scenes and layer canvases and all this kind of stuff. And it's just instead of instead of focusing on just getting some more simple stuff done, I wish I hadn't spent so much time just trying to dink around with this
Mm.
thing. But anyway, yeah, I might just go ahead and create the animations and get these nameplates dropped in and stuff. Um, but again, the same thing. Like, I don't feel like I should. I don't want to create them multiple times. They're already objects in the scene, so I just want them to show up um, on this other canvas. I might just change the way I'm going about this, and instead of trying to create it separately, I may try to integrate it with the existing canvas so that it's easier to manipulate. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, Maz, welcome in.
Hmm.
How's your day been?
Oh, Math.
What's up,
What's up,
man?
man?
How's it going?
Mm.
What's the camera problem? Long day. Hopefully a good day, right?
Not too bad here.
Yeah, good.
Any day I can get some game development work in is immediately a good day.
Man, I hear
That's what I
that.
live
I
for.
do feel blessed to be able to do this.
It's what I was meant to
It
do.
was good. Good day. Taught a couple piano lessons.
Nope.
Worked on
Nice.
business cards.
Do you have students on Sundays? Is that part of your scheduling issue, Travis?
Yeah, I have a few students on Sunday,
Nice.
but I could probably move them around fairly
I don't know that
easily,
you
so-
have to. I mean, I'm sure you don't need to.
Depends
think
on
there's-
what's happening on Sunday.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of people that are going to be there. Should be good.
Yeah, I'm volunteering Friday at noon for a few hours, and then Saturday morning. I'll have to I don't know, kind of just view all the different game devs that have their information at the booth, so I can I don't know, upsell each game dev company.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
Yeah, not a bad day. I'm excited to get our like I don't know. It took me a couple hours, but I managed to get our booth visualized because I was rather gonna take some monitors from work that were there's two 32-inch monitors I use at work. I was like, well, I could take those and bring those to the expo, but then we had two 24-inch monitors with one of those like clamp stands with the arms that holds monitors. So I was trying to figure out exactly what we wanted to do. So I tried the clamp stand with the arms, and it actually turned out really good. So we also bought two mini PCs so we can set those behind the monitors, so we don't have
Nice.
like big PC towers just chilling out at Level Up Expo. So like I feel like I was able to optimize our booth space very well, and it's very clean and you don't see very many wires and it's not cluttered. So I don't know. I'm excited to show off our demo.
That's cool.
Nervous but excited.
Cool,
Nervous.
very cool.
Heck yeah, nervous. Heck yeah, like because when we released our demo for Next Fest, and we were getting comment after comment after comment about things people liked, what people didn't like, people posting their playthroughs on YouTube, and people just doing their thing, right? Like that's a lot of pressure all at once in like
Yeah.
a couple weeks time. Thousands of people are just like, oh, this is my opinion on your game, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
having 3 days of that in person it's gonna be
that's true.
stressful. you know
Yeah, there's probably so much one can handle in terms of like criticism.
yeah, exactly. So what we have a big a red box. We're gonna cut a hole in the top, and then we created our own little template for like suggestions and a review kind of thing. So it's like, would you suggest this to a friend? Like the story leaving you wanting to know more. Just three basic questions with a comment box, and then they can just throw it in a box anonymously, so we can get some feedback from players as well, if they choose to, right? But it's just like having to go and talk to a bunch of people and explain our pitch and our demo and
Mm-hmm.
our game and what it's about and all of that like over and over and over again for 3 days. Like
Oh
that's
gosh.
oof, it's gonna be a lot.
Now you're making me nervous.
Yeah, it's great practice because when we get the game when we had our booth at Game Crafters for Prophecy, like there wasn't that many people there, but it was the biggest learning experience the
Mhm.
best learning experience we could have had, because there wasn't that many people, but the people that we did interact with gave us a lot of really good feedback as to how to run a booth, what to expect, how to answer questions, the
Mm.
pacing and timing of getting a demo set up, how should it run, that kind of thing, and it,
Mhm.
it taught us a lot. So now we get to take what we learned from Game Crafters and implement it
Nice.
now in a 3-day event with 100,000 plus people. So it's like,
Yeah,
okay, that's
that's
cool,
awesome.
but nerve wracking.
So,
Like I'm getting anxiety just talking about
mhm.
it. Oh, Matt said, that spinning wall, what if there was a large stone dragon head at each end of the wall, and every 4 or 5 seconds the dragon mouth blasts fire which burns any ball in its path? If a ball turns to ash from too long exposure, they get set back at the ramp a bit. Just a random thought. That's a pretty solid idea. However, we don't want to set people back um so far, like I don't know, because like this is kind of like an arena, and because the players don't have control, I would find it to be a little unfair if like the balls happen to just be in the fire, right? So I don't think we would want any kind of element that would affect the player's potential to get more points when it's not in their control, right? Um, it's one thing if they all stay in one section and they're just doing their own thing, but if they don't have control and they happen to get punished in a way just for happening to being in something, and they have to be set back, and while other people get points, that seems a little unfair. I don't want to pull the strings on their emotions. I don't think that would be an emotional game. I think it would be more of like a this is unfair because I don't have control kind of thing. And I don't think that's an emotion that we would want to pull, to be honest. Um, like it's one thing to have them be like, "Oh, like that really sucked that happened," right? But at the same time, like let's say if they were to be like okay, let's switch this up. So instead of being set back on the path a little bit, if they were in the fire, maybe they slow down a bit, right? So they're not being punished too heavily where they're thrown back and they have to roll back down to go back in. But maybe if they had slowed down a bit, it wouldn't feel as punishing. That would probably be a better bet, right? So it's like if a burn shader appeared on the balls that was hit in the fire, and then they would just slow down a bit, that might be a little more acceptable. Oh, now I'm trying to think if that would be something, because if the fire went off every 4 or 5 seconds, that could create a really good sense of tension. Right, like because now we're watching, like, because like you're watching your balls go right, and they're bouncing off stuff, getting points, and then this thing is spinning. You're going to be focused on that spinning element with the fire, and every time that fire goes off, you're gonna like tense up, like oh, don't hit it, like don't be in that fire, which is a really good roller coaster element emotionally, and I think that's where that emotional roller coaster could hit. But if you were to take them out and pull them back and have them go back into the arena, I think that would be too much of a disconnect when it comes to the emotional element. But as a basic slowdown, I like where you're going at with that element of emotional response, though. Hmm. I have to think about that. Thank you, Maz, for your input on that. Oh, it's not a bad idea. Hmm. Thinking. Should also be a thing that have small chance of pushing people forwards with an ooh-ah response, an emotional response. Well, I guess that's where the bouncy or the bounce element I think would kick in. So it's rather we have shields in certain areas in this area that will help kind of keep momentum going, and then players get more points for hitting the shields, um, which would kind of give that like ooh ah response, because the happy response would be like, oh, I'm getting more points, right? Because that's kind of the goal. Um, so I guess that might be a good balance if we had just shields or like bumpers in the area that would give points. That's the positive response. And then if there was something to slow them down that would prevent them from getting more points, I guess that would kind of go hand in hand then. Let's say 1 in 20 chance of falling into a giant nest next to an edge. Giant eagle grabs ball and drops a bunch of meters ahead. So you're basically saying an eagle would drop by, pick up whatever falls into the nest, and then put them further into the level. Doing that would just separate the players further, right? And since we have multiple arenas, then that means that player would get to the next arena faster. And if that arena is not open yet, then they would just be sitting and waiting. So that wouldn't work. That wouldn't work very well. Because in a sense, this first arena, right? This first arena is point based. So the doors, technically, these bottom doors, these wooden doors, don't open until the entire player base reaches an amount of points. Once that point max is reached, the doors open, and then they're allowed to go to the next part of the level. So it's that way it keeps it kind of, I want to say, balanced in that sense. If everyone always stays in a clump, what is the point?
Yeah, it's more of a. We've pulled away from the
Go ahead, Neil.
race. Yeah, no, we've pulled away from the race concept, and we've integrated. We're working on adding more of an RPG theme to it. So if you think more in the terms of like pinball, pinball and like RPG, accumulating, beating beating enemies in a confined space and stuff like that. Working on adding attributes to the players and stuff like that rather than a race. Because yeah. We had several cool ideas like the boss fight and stuff that came from our talk about the dog. That was pretty funny. So we really kind of changed up the concept of the game. Plus, because we want this to be able to handle a large number of players and it's all on a shared screen, you can't separate them too much because then you just wind up with not much to see. You wind up with a bunch of little tiny mini cameras with one ball, and we want to have action and things happening with the players interacting. So server-based core game with players doing things from their phone like Jackbox games. No, we're not. We're planning on doing this solely from the stream. It's all a Twitch-based chat-based game, so that there's no additional downloads, no additional software. You just show up to the stream and play live. I don't know. We don't know yet. We have it designed. Our concept is 3 different modes. One with 8, one with 16, and the other one unlimited. And so we'll see how they. We got to see kind of how it starts feeling and playing out to know the answer to that question. But that's how we've set it up, is with an 8-player version, a 16-player version, and an unlimited. You could have it browser-based, and then players would get to have an instant response. How can you do pinball otherwise? So when I say pinball, it's not like you're hitting, trying to get things to hit, but the pinball more references the way it's going to interact with objects. Little curves and ramps and flippers and bumpers and things, like it's bouncing off of things and being shot across to the other side, things like that. The player interaction is going to be choices and stuff that you make that are not going to be dependent on immediate like timing type choices. So they're going to be things that you can take 20 seconds to be able to respond. Things like choices of passageways or abilities, whether you want to keep this thing that you just picked up or drop it, that type of stuff. So that's the more interactive control type direction that we're trying to go with it. So players have no control during the game. They have control over decisions. They do not have control over their object, their player object. How can you choose to pick up or drop? So what I have in mind is like some situations, like for example, if you think like Mario Kart, where when you hit certain points on a track, you have the cubes, the question mark cubes that give you bonuses like the spinning shells or the invisibility, the warp, all that kind of stuff. Basically, you'd have stuff like that where you'd be able to select on the next checkpoint, do you want to go after item A, B, C, or D? And, you put in your item, and then whichever player is first to arrive at that pickup spot that picked A will get A, and the first player to arrive at the pickup spot who picked B would get B, that type of thing. It's like that. Lag sometimes over 30 seconds. How can people make chat decisions? Yeah, like I said, it'll be in advance. So, yeah, basically you're deciding for the next track section. Exactly. You're kind of saying, hey, for that next checkpoint, I'm going to do this. Or for that part, we've talked about having, like, at the beginning of the race, before it starts, getting kind of a sneak peek flyover of the track. And there might be like a pause, like, hey, they're flying over, and hey, here's this little thing that's going to happen. And players will punch in their responses to what their preference is for that moment when they reach that spot. So different like checkpoints or targets or passageways that are their preferences, things like that. So I feel that kind of design should be prototype before you invest deeply. I mean, you could say that this is a prototype. Definitely a, we're only working on it one night a week for these limited amounts of time. So just trying to get something functional and workable and start testing it out and seeing what we think of it. So what you have is much nicer than a basic prototype. Well, thank you. Yeah, I mean, certain things are still pretty raw and other things are a little bit more invested in. I would definitely agree. But we're having fun. Definitely enjoying the process. Let's see. Game manager. Stop player. We're going to do. Here we go. Add a new player. Let's do player.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. Players.
Yeah, welcome back.
I said I was going to be listening, but I wasn't listening to that entire conversation.
Very cool. Core mechanics have to be fun, and you have to be ready to scrap and redo if it doesn't click with the majority of testers. Agreed. We definitely have, you know, a lot of cool concepts, but we've kind of got to test out some of this stuff just to see how it feels. For sure, we'll get to that point where we test it out with us and with the core viewers here in the channel. You know, as people are joining us on our stream, they can just jump in as we start play testing, and we'll get a good feel for what works and what doesn't.
That's the fun part about prototyping, though. You know, it's like you get to kind of try it and see if it works, and if it doesn't, you kind of adjust. I don't know. I think that's fun.
I mean, I think it's been kind of cool how the game has, even the concept has morphed from day one, you know, as we've put pieces together. We kind of have just taken different bits and pieces and ideas and changed directions, and it's fun. It's not, you know, it's not meant to be a, you know, it's not a financed game where we're following a strict deadline or anything like that. We're just we're enjoying the process, and yeah, it'd be nice to have something knocked out super quick. But on the other hand, you know, we might as well get something that the whole team is behind and enjoying.
Agreed. Agreed.
Yep.
Yeah. It's all about
we haven't
the
done any.
process, I'd say.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Yeah.
But that was it. I think it's more about it's about the process of making a game, you know, than the final product. At least at this point.
Yeah. We haven't tested any attributes yet. I think we've got a list of a few, you know, concepts and stuff for them. But I think the main thing is we need to just even get them in there in the base form and do some testing with that before we start getting too crazy with abilities and attributes. We'll probably just start with some silly basic ones like, you know, point doublers and stuff like that, just to have something and work in the mechanics of abilities. But we probably won't add like physics based ones yet and stuff until we make sure that the core is sound. Let's see.
Why is this completion working that way? I don't like that.
Switch player, just side player, transform window, connect player, window, connect player. There we go. And update score and set material.
I will be right back. Hold on.
Perfect. Set material. Okay. So then what we'll do is we'll trigger the animation from here. So we'll do let's go into our animator, new player, set a trigger. Had you thought of letting people make their ball bouncy or less bouncy? I don't know, not specifically. I don't think that's necessarily on the list. Like I said, we hadn't really done too much with physics ideas. I think there's a lot of stuff we could do there. It could be real weird. You could do all kinds of crazy stuff, but I think start simple and grow from there. Let's see.
I don't know. What should come next?
Trigger. How do I name this? Let's name this. What am I doing? New player trigger. This is.
Just doing it. Wow. Turn down.
I don't know. And transition. Oh. We've just got to. Oh. We can't have a trigger on a starting. I'd have to create an idle. You know what? I don't need this actually. We can run it right off the bat. We'll just we'll change the name and then we'll activate the game object. So that means we've got to turn the game object off. You could put things in the environment. Bouncy balls would be more likely to hit. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah, that would be cool.
Thank you.
That would be cool. Yeah, we talked about doing some different stuff where like different passageways or areas within it have different surfaces or different obstacles that interact with different abilities so that you kind of, when you get that flyover, you might say, ooh, I think I'm going to go for that ability and try to go that way because I think that combo is going to work for me. You know, that kind of thing, but the abilities will be somewhat limited, so all players aren't going to be able to just pick the same things. We're talking about having like a starting room for, what did you call it? Like a staging area or something, like to get your initial. Oh, I think he's talking to somebody else. But yeah, having a little area where you kind of go after certain attributes and basically get yourself equipped to go on this adventure. And, limited supplies. So yeah, we got a whole bunch of ideas like that. But yeah, that's kind of cool. Like having things that are sort of only reachable with an ability, like you're saying. It's kind of, that would be cool. Okay, window, panel. We're going to go back here to our script. And we're going to add a line in here for...
Yeah, I got him.
Is it this? We're going to say game object dot set active true. Okay. Save that.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back. No worries.
Welcome.
All right. What's cool is I want to test this. What sucks about it is my token's expired, so I got to go get another token.
Another token?
Yeah. It's been so long. Like having more mass or less mass. Yeah, we have that down on the list. Heavier balls would tend to drop to a different spot than lighter balls. Yeah. Exactly.
What did I miss? I felt like I missed out on a really good conversation.
We were kind of just talking about our, abilities, having like that staging or equipping room at the beginning to get some abilities. Doing like a flyover where we're gonna show little sneak peeks at certain parts of the track and ask, for players to be able to make choices for how they're gonna react to certain things or what they're gonna go after during the course of the course.
Okay.
You know, um, yeah.
I love that
Let's-
idea. Like I said, that weird. No, it's weird's not the right term, but the unique element of like an RPG element. I dig that. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I felt like when we were brainstorming that it just felt right. It was like gave it a very
Agreed.
very very unique spin to what's already out there, what's already done.
With Mass's last comment, having more mass or less mass
Mhm.
would affect a cross going a jump. That would actually be a neat choice for, I won't call it an ability or like a
Mhm.
passive, where like they become lighter or heavier
Yeah,
in that sense.
yeah, I've got
You
that
know,
one on the
whether they
list.
move faster or not.
We talked about
But
having like,
okay.
yeah, we've got like three different categories. One is point based abilities, that help you with certain obstacles, give you more points or help negate certain obstacles, that type of thing. You get bonus points for certain actions or what have you. So one is going to be very like one category is going to be very kind of point based. Another one is like combat based, things like hit points and strength and um, so forth. And then the third one was movement based, so your actual like physics type stuff like that. So, and then the only thing we were
I think those
debating,
are
we
three solid
yeah,
elements.
we were tossing around different ideas. We haven't settled on whether we're gonna go with like two different abilities total and you kind of drop and pick up as you go, or if we're gonna have like one of each that you can have. um, haven't totally settled on that. Might take a little bit of gameplay to feel like if it's enough, too much, how it all functions, because it's cool because the more choices that you have, the more I think it'll add to it. But the more abilities you can have, the less choice there actually is. So you kind of have to keep it very limited so that players have to choose. Oh, I just picked up this. Do I want it or do I not? Which one am I going to let go of, kind of a thing.
Yeah. I think it's pretty good stuff in general.
Yeah.
I think that element of design is pretty solid. I dig that a lot.
Thanks. Oh, gosh. Oh, yeah, I was going to get a token so I could test this. Token.
Incoming transmission from archived
Oh.
footage.
Boom, 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 boom.
Hydrate.
Water. What can you do with water?
Thank you.
Cheers.
You need water for the
Oh, I got the
dishes,
water.
water for your hair, water for the fishes, and water for the clothes that you wear. Boom, 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 boom.
Does the giant fill the water and I still block the trees of water in front of it and cross the field quicker? Maz, you are such a creative designer. Like the amount of like fucking unique design elements that you bring is just I really appreciate it. I feel like you have such a creative designer brain. I love it. I love it. You're just constantly throwing this and this and this and this and
A
this
lot of
out.
great
Like
ideas.
that's awesome. I appreciate your brain and the way that you think when it comes to design and stuff like that.
That's the wrong window.
Ghost balls. I like that.
There we go.
Is there a way that players can interact with the game once it starts?
Yes.
Like
You.
click on things?
No. They can't do that.
Like
All they can
clicking,
do is type in the chat.
they're like clicking, or okay. What if they're
Yeah.
like typing like random things, almost as if like it's a click game?
Yeah, it kind of defeats the purpose of it.
Like I
Yeah,
don't know. Let's say there's like a barrier in the path, and then if everyone types in, I don't know, just like a letter, like D for destroy, and they just keep typing D and destroy the object. I don't know.
You know what would be cool? Oh my gosh. On like an inspiration from that. What if there was a point? Well, hold on, hold on, wait. Give me a moment to think about this. Hold on.
Ooh, that's cool.
paste.
Browser games. Ooh, that'd be nice.
Okay, so to generalize the idea, just as a basic idea of how players, it hasn't really clicked to me or clicked in my brain where players can actually type stuff, and that's a whole other element of gameplay that my brain hasn't considered. But playing on what you were just saying about like if players can type like or spam D or whatever. What if we got to a point where if like there was like a riddle or something, right? And we're expecting a string of letters or numbers that allow players to go one direction or another under a timed event,
Ooh.
right? So let's say you get to a bridge and there's a troll. This is just an example, and the troll says or says a riddle, right? We can have like a list of riddles, I guess, just as an example, that randomly is picked, right? And what the players are stopped. Like, let's say they get to a bridge and they're stopped. A troll comes up and it asks a riddle. Let's say we have like 100 riddles, and it picks one randomly, and
Yes.
the players have to answer that riddle in order to move forward or like fall off the bridge, right? So it's like they have 10 seconds to actually type in the correct string of letters or numbers in order to move forward. If they fail, they go a different direction, right? So it's almost like a team effort, right?
I love the
But if
concept, except for the 10-second part. That won't work because you're going to have
Oh.
some people that are, you can't do anything that requires like a specific timed response because you're going to have some players who are only 3 or 4 or 5 seconds behind, but you're going to have other players who are 30 seconds or 45 seconds behind. And
That's
You
true.
can't
Yeah.
you can't have like, oh, you've got to do this within 10 seconds. I mean, you've got an automatic built-in minimum 3-second delay already. And then on top of that, you add in the different device and network and bandwidth lag that different people have. You just, but I
That's
love the
true.
concept of like a riddle or something that people have to do. Um, I think there's potential with that concept. It's interesting.
Well, okay. Well, I guess like, in a sense, like if you were to have to wait for all players, like I think that's coddling a player, right?
Hmm.
Like if a player is falling behind and it's not their fault, I guess it's kind of out of their control, right? So if we were to give them like a point of a riddle and the players who get there are able to do it,
Hmm.
cool. Let them do it. And if
Hmm.
the players that fall behind and they don't reach up to it, they get an aftermath for not getting there. Like it's not really a punishment element, but they just happen to have to go a different way. And and I understand like that might not be that great of an idea to like treat other players differently when it's out of their control. But the thing is, it would passively promote an element to play again and be a part of the other part of it. Like they're gonna want to play again and be a part of the group that actually makes it there, right? So it's like you're playing that psychological element with it, and it wouldn't be that detrimental to not be there to be able to type in something, but at a
Hmm.
certain point they're gonna want to be there, right? And that's playing that like, oh, I want to play again and get there, and I want to give my opinion, right? And
No, I
that's the psychology of how the society is now, right? So that actually could
right.
play in our favor.
Well, I hear what you're saying, and I mean, there's potential there, but you don't want people who are like, oh, I have to go buy a faster computer or a whole new phone in order to have a chance at this game. Like, screw that. I'm not playing this. It's you don't want to punish people for having like less than state of the art internet connections or devices. That's my point. Like, I get what you're saying, that yes, you could definitely have things where certain players benefit and other players, if they're playing catch up, so to speak, that's okay. But you don't want to punish them, so to speak, for having, um, you know, like,
I think that's a kind of extreme though. Like it's this is a Twitch channel stream. Like I don't know if someone's willing to go and upgrade their PC because a Twitch stream isn't like up to their standard. I think it's a personal problem, not our problem, right? Like if they were to do that, we should be honored, right? Because that means
yeah,
we've
my
created a
point.
game that they're willing to do that for,
No, my point is the
right?
opposite. People aren't going to want to do that if they feel like they would have to do that in order to compete. They would bail immediately. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I played a game and I felt like, oh, well, other people have an advantage on me because their internet connection is better, I would never play the game. Like, no
Or
matter
I
how
mean,
good it, no matter how
like
good it was.
they wouldn't be able to play the
Okay.
game
Okay.
because they just don't have the required specs, right?
Well,
No, I
it's
get your saying with the internet speed, I guess.
yeah, it's not necessarily required specs. It's just lag. Um, and a lot of it can be out of our control too. Like, even for example, let's say we're hosting the game and you know something happens, um something happens with, on my computer, something else is loading or running in the background or something and slows it down. That can affect, I mean, that wouldn't affect certain people, that'll affect everybody. But, anything timing we just have to be super careful of, because it could really cause problems. I mean, we can do some testing with it and give it a shot, but I definitely like the idea of having something that's sort of a, like you almost touched on that old text-based adventure type game, where you have
Yeah,
to,
I was kind of reminded.
right?
I was a little reminded by the developer in our IGDA that's doing the text-based game.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, you
But
have a developer doing a text-based game?
yeah.
Oh man, I love
Be
text-based
able
games.
you'd probably be
Zork.
able to see it next weekend.
Oh really? Oh
Yeah,
okay.
I'm pretty sure he's going to be showcasing at the IGDA booth. If I'm
yeah, I feel
Nice.
like if the
thinking.
I
game is more
love the Zork.
interactive,
Mm.
I feel like if the game's more interactive, like people can type in things to kind of influence certain, I don't know, events or triggers or pathways or whatever. I feel like it'd be more engaging to play.
Yes, and that's absolutely one of the keys to it, and what we've talked about since the beginning, but they just can't be like immediate timed type stuff. You can't have them trying to move to avoid an object, or nothing that you would think about in a typical video game where you have a controller and you're moving the player and jumping and stuff like that. None of that will work in this environment. But I agree, we definitely want interactive ability. We want the player to be able to be making choices, making decisions that impact their game and their play. That's super key.
Well, about the
For sure.
lag, like how much lag is acceptable? How much can we prevent? And at what point does the player just simply cannot play the game because they just have too much lag and they just get kicked out?
I mean, we can do that kind of a thing if we want to. Like, we could probably, I'm sure there's a way to test when somebody types something in, how long it takes for us to get that response and stuff. I'm sure that could be
Because
added. And if
yeah, because
somebody's,
when I'm playing StarCraft, like
mhm.
sometimes my computer like freaks out for some reason. I don't know why, but like everything's paused, right? And there's a timer for me to like have my connection, you know, go back to normal and connect. And
Yeah.
but if I can't, I have to like I get kicked out. So I don't know if that's something that this game can do. Like if someone just doesn't have the
It
best computer.
it could, but we'd have to ask ourselves, is that what do we really want to do that, So it depends. Um, we can see how much of an issue that is as we go.
I don't know. Like I imagine that majority of people have an internet connection that would be capable of keeping up,
Agreed.
even even if it was just a little bit of lag. So like I'm not trying to sound mean here, but do we really want to consider catering to that small minimum of players who might not have that connection speed? Just do we want to cater to them to adjust our gameplay and what we want to do?
Well, it
Um,
depends what you're talking about. I agree with you. It might be a minority, it might be a small group, but everybody, no matter, like, every single player is going to be affected by a delay. Nobody's going to be in real time, um, because that's not the way that Twitch works. You have to,
right,
send the
yeah.
stream to them, and there's an automatic delay. So even if we were running at top performance, so nothing was lagging on my computer or anything, and sending it out on the stream, if everything was perfect on my end and every player had a perfect connection and there was nobody like lagging behind, everybody was pretty much right where you'd still have a good solid 3-second delay minimum. So you can't, have immediate reactions and stuff.
Okay, all right. So with that said, all right, let's say that we have a situation where the balls reach a bridge and there's a troll there, right? And let's say the first ball that hits that bridge and it like there's a wall and they stop. When that bridge hits, right, there on the big screen, dialogue pops up and the troll that shows up, like let's say there's an animation where he comes out of the bridge and he's like, "Urgh," right? And he asks a question, right? Let's say that is a 8-second animation and then maybe a +5 with the dialogue scrolling on the screen, right? To ask the riddle, right? So that's 13 seconds of delay time or of time for it to show up, right? And then once that shows up, let's say we give the players just even 7 seconds to respond. You have 7 seconds to type in what your response is. And if one player gets it right, they all win. And if no one types in the right response, they all lose. Right? So that is what how many seconds? That's like 20 something seconds to get there, right? Like that's a lot of delay, and most in my from my experience, most Twitch streams don't have even more than a 10-second delay, right? And this is me exaggerating when it comes to an element of delays, because I don't think stream delays are ever that long. You might have experienced it differently, but like the idea of having the animation, the text play, and then a delay or a moment for players to type in something and decide. Like I would imagine that I would probably say 90% of Twitch viewers that are interacting with the stream would probably be involved in that. And that other 10%, well, that's only 10%. And I'm not trying to discredit, them. But 10% is not enough for us to disregard a really good design element, right? And I'm only throwing this out there because of just when you think about it, you have to have an animation play, text show up, and then a time period for players to type stuff, right?
Yep.
So that entire element is for players to have time to catch up and respond.
Yeah.
I don't
I
like again, yeah.
I'm not overly
Go ahead.
stressed about the difference in lag between players. Like, it's not like I expect, okay, we're going to have 3 players who have a 3-second lag, and 3 players who have a 20-second lag, and 3 players who've got a minute lag. It's not like that's going to happen. It's more like going to be, okay, on this day when we're streaming, we've got a 4-second lag. But the next day when we're streaming, we're dealing with a 10-second lag. And then the next day that we're streaming, oh, hey, we're in great shape, but so it's only a 3-second delay. But then the next day, it's a 15, 20-second delay. You know what I mean? Like, there's no consistency to it. You can't bank on the fact that it's always going to work at, a specific time. That's more my concern. Not so much the
Yeah.
discrepancy between individual players, but more the just general nature of the lag itself.
Gotcha.
Because
Okay. Yeah.
it's all over the
That's fair.
place. I mean, it happens all the time with my
Yeah.
streams where sometimes I'm, you know, only 3 seconds off, and other times it's, any amount. I mean, what was that day where you hear that one day where we timed it and it was like 49 seconds or something? It
Oh
was off.
yeah, that day. That was a
Really?
ridiculous
Oh
day.
my god.
Yeah. No, I,
Yeah.
I remember that day. Yeah, it was crazy lag.
you know. So
It's
Crazy.
true. It's true. Okay, well, okay. So if that was said, well, what if we don't have the interaction start until all players are present? And the players who get there first, let's say, if there's 8 players, every every set of players get a set of points. based off of first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, eighth.
I don't think we have to worry too much about the players. Like I said, what we could do if you're wanting to create something like a timed riddle, what we'd probably have to do is we would have to add something to the code that tests the delay. We would just have to pick up, okay, when this gets dropped in, I mean, even the program itself could drop a text message in chat and time when it gets it back, basically. I'll know chat doesn't, that's the problem. Chat, I don't think works that way because I think chat is separate from the video feed. But I'm sure there's a way we could probably test the lag. I'm sure that we could work that into the code. And then once you determine what the lag is during the current game, then you could delay your big reveal or starting of the timer or whatever to account for that delay. You know what I mean?
Okay. I get what you're saying. Okay. My brain had to think about that really hard. I was like, wait, what? Okay. I get what you're
I'm
saying.
gonna head out, you guys.
All right, Travis. Hey, good work.
Yeah, Travis.
Can't wait to hear what
Yeah,
you've
yeah.
got coming together. You've been working hard at it.
Thanks. Yeah, it's slowly coming together.
Nice.
Improvising, trying to figure out what comes next.
All right. So by next week we should have
Take care,
like a
brother.
2.5-hour soundtrack, right? No.
Oh,
Yeah,
let me
basically.
scratch the time of everything.
I'll see you Friday though. Friday I level up.
Oh,
All right.
Yeah.
Right.
Very cool.
See you guys Friday.
Hey, if you get a chance to join us tomorrow at noon Pacific, we've got the Italian group coming on to show off their game. So
Awesome.
keep that in mind.
Okay.
All right. Have a good
Have a
one.
night.
Night.
Bye.
Have a nice night, sir. Take care, buddy.
Good night.
Let's see. Did I ever paste this? Yes, I did. I need to test this thing. Let's see. Can't even see my window. All right, let me share this screen. Let me hide that. Okay.
Oh, Mass. Some people are sitting on between levels a little longer. People with less lag will be in lobby first, waiting for others.
Well,
Right.
you can sign up though. Like as the game is going, you'll be able to sign up. So it'll be a first come, first serve. But it won't be limited to like, okay, now we're open. It'll be like you can jump in, sign up for the next game while it's still going, or get yourself put on the list depending on number of players that are on it, all that kind of thing. So I don't think that'll be too much of an issue.
That's a lot of things to think about.
Yeah. I think the main thing is just getting to a point where we can just do some runs and see how it all feels, you know?
Yeah.
It's really tough to just keep going off of, could be's.
Yeah.
I think.
The testing element is a really big factor.
Yeah. For sure. Let me put this up on screen. Is this right? Okay. Let's put this one there.
session being so meh.
Oh, I've got to
Why?
be able to
Why?
hide the lobby though when we start it.
Make 3 levels where each level is just a short ramp. Like, how long of a short ramp? So you can test flow of the game and waiting for people between levels, like giving choices between levels. Oh, for testing purposes? That's not a bad idea.
Let's see, we gotta go back into our code here. Game manager, start game.
Get rid of the mesh colliders on that, and then they would just fall through.
Registration panel false. There we go. That's fine. Okay. We're all good. We just got to map it. So we go in here, we go to UI Manager, and we drag in our registration right there like that. I don't think I turned on the rest of the frame. I'm just going to test it like this. It's not going to be right when it starts, but that's okay. This will at least tell me what I need to know. We can do a quick little test here. All right, I don't want to click off the screen because it freezes when I do it. So do either of you guys or anybody else who's still around want to give this a test? Type RR space join and we'll see if this works. All right, it didn't work. All right. Let me look at
what Maz is saying. Like, it's not a bad idea if we just created like one really long ramp. I guess it doesn't have to be really long, and then we have 3 sections to it to test it. Like, that's not a bad idea to just get a feel for how things work. It'd be interesting. But we could also make it like really long and just be like a straightforward like ramp. That'd be kind of fun just to see. But just to kind of test like the weighting and stuff like that between sections. Not a bad idea.
All right, what is wrong with this thing? Shoot, am I running the wrong scene? Son of a gun. Set active scene. I don't know how that works when you hit play. Save. I meant to check. Oh well. We'll check it again this time and see what happens.
What is this?
Why? No, it's starting with the wrong scene. Why is it doing that? Where's my edit preferences scene? Blah 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 blah. Let's go to our project settings scene. Shouldn't matter. It should just be the scene that's open. It should be all it does. Because I'm running it from the editor. I'm not. Set active scene. Maybe I set it active when it was still running. Try one more time. Okay, that looks better. Try again for me. Anybody? Let's see. Nope. All right, did it put you in as a player? Oh, score. I don't think it's even putting you in as a player. Let me see. Console. All right, we're connected to Twitch. It's reading the chat. It's connecting there. Where's my... Oh, that's not public. Okay, that's fine. Player 1. Actually, it does say it assigned player 1 and it assigned player 2. Okay. So it did read you and assign you. It's just nothing is showing up. So does that mean it's off screen? Player 1. I want to know. I don't want to know where player 1 is. I want to know where UI Manager panel 1 is. It's not even active. That's the problem. It didn't activate it. Okay. That's what went wrong. It did not turn on the window. Okay, script. And I see why. Okay, where's the script? What object did I put the script on? Well, that's not good. Broadcast panel.
Incoming transmission from archived footage.
That's not so good.
What you working on now? Looks like you're literally looking into space.
Right now the bowl has some interesting collision elements that's kind of boggling my mind right now. Like there's a collision
put a
element that
cap across it?
What?
Did it
It
put
did.
like yeah. You probably have
On
to
the bottom though, not the top, not the top hole, but the bottom hole.
Really? Okay. You just is it two separate objects or is it a single object? Is it the floor and the ring?
The doors, there's two separate doors.
Okay.
And then the ring itself.
Okay.
So as you can see here, like there is like this. There's a top element and a bottom element, but the top element they're falling through that, but it looks like they're stalling on the bottom element for some reason, and I don't know why.
You probably have to set up a manual. I guess that's what you're working on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean,
it's kind of trippy here. So I'm going into Blender and seeing like how she had made it.
Unity always does that with that type of an object. It goes from like the highest points and the lowest points, and it just connects it all. I think you can go. I think there might be a setting for like that's a lower. What am I trying to say? Like a lower quality, lower tier collider solution. And I think if you go to the import settings, I'm not sure. No, if you do the import collider, it's just going to do standard. If you add one, I don't know if you've got some different options for like the number of triangles and stuff. Like if you increase the number of lines, then it yeah, I don't know. You might be talking to the wrong person, but or I might just be wrong in talking. But I feel like there's possibly a way to improve how it reads the object if you increase the, you know.
You know what? I think I think you're right. And oh crap, I'm trying to think of what it was. Oh, I forgot what it was. Oh my gosh, oh no, what was it? Oh crap. Because I think you can go into the object itself and adjust something, and that helps with the collision. Oh no, what was it? Hey, what are you doing? Stop that. What are you doing down there? My cat's being crazy. Oh, but I think you're right. I think you're right. I just need to remember what it was. Oh crap, what was it? Why are you being crazy, Solaire? Hold on, I'll be right back. You might want out. Come on. Come on.
Oh, I remember what I was doing now. Man, I got sidetracked. Okay, need to find my window script and what object the window script is attached to. So here we go. Player manager, there's the window. So that's the problem. I'm trying to turn on the wrong object. So what I need to do is turn on this panel object. Is the panel a variable of the window? That's the question. Let's see. Window. We have ooh, that doesn't seem right. How do we have why do we have an instance of a window? We shouldn't have a static instance of window. Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure we've got multiple of those in script that are in the scene. Yeah, we've got one attached for each player. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what I'm doing there. We need to clear that out. See if that breaks any code. That's not gonna work though. Okay, and then so this unfortunately doesn't seem to connect. I obviously have to connect to that panel. Let's see, at least I think. Let's see if we go back down here. And we check the panel 1. Hello, hello. Okay, in our panel, that's where we have our camera texture. That's where we have our nameplate with the player name and the score. So we have to be referencing it for sure. Maybe we're referencing it through the player script. That would make sense. Let's check that way. So if we go in here, we check our player script. Nope, we're not. We have assigned points Twitch player. Okay, right here, we're finding window. See, this is concerning how I did that. Oh, okay. It's finding the window that's part of this transform. That makes sense. But get component window right here. So do I just have the individual items? It looks like I have the individual items from the panel dropped into the window script, which kind of makes sense. Ish. So let's just add another variable for the panel as a whole. So we'll just do game object. Just do a public game object, and we'll call this I don't know, view panel. All right, and then we're going to set this to view panel set active. Okay, we'll save this, and then back in Unity, we just need to map we can't do it with our prefab. That won't work. So we're going to have to manually do this one by one. So in our Windows script, we're going to map our panel. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, that's panel 5. 6. 7. And did I drag the right one in on 7? No, I definitely did not. Windows 6, 7, 7, and 8. 8. Okay. Ready to test this again. Let's see. Give this a shot. Let's save. Let's fire it up. Bum, bum, bum. All right. Close that window. All right. Anybody around to do an RR join? I can see if this works. If anybody happens to be
I'm back.
listening.
RR join.
Thank you, sir. Hey, okay. It almost works. It's just looping. Cool. I just got to turn off the loop. All right. Boom. So it's adding you both with the animation, but All right, that's an easy fix.
Look at it go.
Easy fix, easy fix. Go to animations. Shoot, where did I put it? It's not in here. Is it UI? No. That sucks. Why did I not put the animation where it belongs? Assets there. Nope. I don't know what all this is in here. Oh, son of a gun. What did I do with the animation? That's just lovely. Where would it naturally be? It would be in prefabs. Nope. There it is. Yep. New player. All right. Let's move this into our animations folder. Animations. So that I don't do that again. Turn off the loop. All right. Cool. Save that. Let's try this again. All right, I'm going to maximize this. All right. If you guys want to try it and look at the screen, you can see what it's doing at this stage. It's super basic, but boom, now it adds you in. I want to get the ball to roll in with it too. I think it'll be cool. Yep, cool. I like that though. I don't know if you guys were able to see it.
Nice. Nice. That's awesome.
Go ahead, babe. It's fine. Cool, cool, cool.
Well done. That looks good.
All right. Again, not that it's necessary. I'm spending time on trivial stuff, but oh well.
Whoa, 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 dude. Dude, how dare you call that trivial, man? Like, come on. How dare you? Those small details is what makes things great. No, don't underestimate those small details, my friend. Come on. Like, you No, that's awesome. You gotta have stuff like that.
Right.
You might be underestimating it, but the things that you're doing is creating personality to the game, and that's one of the biggest elements.
I mean,
and obviously it's not made instantly, but like you have to have the small details. You have to, and you're building that.
I mean, it's great. I like it. It's going to be cool, but I'm just saying it's just not like essential for this phase of where we're at, I guess is more what I'm getting. It's not like a, I don't know if that you following what I'm saying. It's like
well, it might not be essential for where we're at per se, but I mean like it's something that will eventually need to be done, and it's not like we're in a race to get it done, like quickly, like I would think that these are elements that one, you of all people of the team need to understand how it's done, and to make sure that it works appropriately. Like I don't find anything wrong with that. Like once we build this level and we get everything going, and it's like, can you imagine having to work on this part like down the line and be like, oh well, everything's working fine, we just need to create a start menu? Like, no, like you're pushing towards that. And that's awesome. It's necessary.
You've always got such a positive outlook.
It's not even it's not even a positive outlook on it. Like this is something that needs to be done. and it's like you're not able to work on things that we, as the gameplay side of things, need things to be done because we're building the art and all that stuff. So you're using your time efficiently in creating the personality, especially not even just the personality, but the beginning, right? So when a player plays the game, like presentation's everything. So when a player joins the game for the first time, that part's important, right? So you're establishing how things start off. And that's a very important element, right? And that's great. That's not even being optimistic. That's just straight up design and how things are. When you open up an app and the first thing you see is what you see, like that determines, like a choice mentally from the user. You're developing that, and that's important. So I wouldn't I don't want to say this, I wouldn't underestimate the things that you're doing right now. Please don't.
Well, I
It's very
appreciate
important, and you're kicking ass at it. It looks good.
that. I mean, it's pretty bare bones basic right now, but all right. I think I'm gonna need. Can you we need to catch up with our versions because I'm gonna need you to do a transition from your castle track into main, and we don't want to do that until we've pushed. So we should push changes.
Pushing,
All right.
right? Pushed it real good.
Save.
Incoming
File
transmission
conflict.
from
Oh, here we
archived
go.
footage.
Ooh, baby,
What
baby,
is it?
baby, baby. Push it.
What does it say?
Push it real good.
Nice.
What's the conflict? I haven't done nothing except touch
I know.
things.
I got a conflict too.
No, I didn't get any conflicts.
Oh, you didn't. I did.
Well, I mean, I haven't updated my workspace, but I pushed. So
View
what do you get?
conflict. I don't know. I'm
Well,
terrified.
what does it say? Well,
I don't know. I'm trying to view it. Files to download that are in conflict with yours. Project settings, packages, Pro Builder. Why would that be a conflict with mine? Like,
yeah, that Pro Builder thing is kind of like wonky.
I did nothing with that.
So I wouldn't worry about it.
All right, I'm gonna.
I don't
not
know.
worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about the Pro Builder stuff. I
What
think the
tool are
main
you
thing that
using
we need
for
to worry
merge? UVS, Unity version control, or UVC, UVC, UVCS. I don't know what. Unity.
about. Yeah, Unity.
All right.
Yeah, we're using the Unity version control. Yeah, but if it's Pro Builder shit, I wouldn't worry about that.
Yeah, that's what it said. I don't know why I care. Save and exit. Reload the scene.
Did you push?
I did. Did you not get it? Oh, maybe I didn't. No, well, no, all this is probably from what I just got from you. Well, no, because it's got the animation. What's that? You don't have anything?
No.
All right, let me try pushing again. I don't know. There you go.
There it is. View. Okay. Yeah, I got no conflicts whatsoever.
Good. All right. So then what I need you to do, can you do me a favor, please? In your castle track scene, can you transfer back? There's an element, I'm pretty sure I named it It would be starting objects. In fact, if you don't need it, you could just send that whole starting objects into the main. If you need it, the main thing I need is the starting block. But if you don't
I
need
need
this,
none of that.
okay, just send the whole starting objects thing and drop it into main for me, please. Or I can. One of us just needs to. So, before we move forward, I want to get that situated and pushed so we don't end up having any conflicts.
Okay, I pushed it. I put the entire starting objects to main. So, all right,
Okay,
I pushed.
cool. Thank you. Incoming. Update. Hey, no conflicts. About time.
Boom. We're gonna get this. We're gonna get
Right?
this nice
I
and
feel like
smooth.
we're getting the hang of how to deal with it. But
We are.
all right.
Baby steps, my friend. We got this. It's not an easy process, but we'll get there.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you. Oh, how come I don't have it though? If I updated it, shouldn't it be showing up in my main? Let's see.
Maybe you have to close Unity and open back up.
It seems unlikely, but yeah, I still
I mean, that's
show
the
it.
only way I got Castle Track to show up in the hierarchy together with me.
Yeah. I still show it under track elements. I'm going to move it to, I guess. I'm just going to move it. Track elements. Oh, crap. Not all of track elements. No. Move it back. Just starting objects. Okay. And then I'm going to... You haven't made any changes in the last couple of minutes, have you?
No. No,
Okay,
I'm not.
because I'm gonna push this again.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me know when you push.
Because it's officially a change to both Castle Track and main, so I don't want it to be an issue later. All right.
Okay.
I pushed.
Update workspace. Okay. Nothing changed on my end. So
Great.
starting objects is still on your, or is still in main.
Well, see, it wasn't
So-
before, but it is for me now, so I don't know. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
So now we should be okay to work in our own scenes, so. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're learning, buddy. We're learning. We got this.
Starting block.
We're figuring this out.
Scene. Starting block. Okay. And let's go.
I really feel like this isn't what it needs to be.
Size scale tool. Let's see. How do I want to do this? Bum, bum, bum. That's a good question. These aren't really in any specific place anyway, so I can mess with these. All right, Maz. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Take it easy,
Appreciate
buddy.
all your
Thank you
comments
so
and
much
thoughts.
for chilling with us.
Yeah.
You're the man, Maz. Thank you. Appreciate you and hope you have a wonderful night. Sleep well, my friend. Sleep well.
Bum, bum. All right, let's do. Where are our managers? Player manager. Player 1 is this one. See, it's so weird that they're totally out of order too. No big deal, but let's go. Let's move this
What
one
the
to
heck?
the end. Let's go 2, then 3, then 4, then 5.
What?
6, 7. Whoa. That's okay. That's weird. 7 and 8. Okay, those are fine. Now let's do. How do I want to do this?
What the hell? Why?
I want this to. See camera.
Why? Why? That makes 0 sense. What is going on here? What?
Do you still need this?
Need is a strong word. If you need to get your photos, go ahead.
Oh, wait.
You can get it. You get what you need, babe.
Oh my
It's fine.
god, you gotta be kidding me. That's not why. That can't
What's-
be why.
What's wrong?
That can't be why.
No, Ludum, unfortunately. What happened? What's wrong?
No, there was a collision that was just blocking this entire time, and I'm like wondering why this is the way it is, and it's just a collision. Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
Like a collider on a different object?
Yeah, it was just a collider that was placed in the environment, and because in Unity you can't see the outlines of a collider, so I'm like, why are the balls not working as intended? And then all of a sudden there's a stupid collider. Oh, you gotta be kidding me.
You should be able to see it if you go. I don't know. There should be a way with the gizmos too. I don't think it's in the standard gizmos though. I think you have to select the collider specifically or something. I don't remember.
Well, either way,
Anyway,
that
you
fixed
got
the
it.
issue. I got
You got
rid
it
of the
figured out.
collider, and
I mean, that's awesome.
yeah, and
Great.
yes, it is.
Good job.
It really is.
Nicely done.
Thank you. It's that element of trial and error and just figuring out what is wrong. It could be so painful. You know what that's like.
You know I do.
Yep. It's painful. Okay. All right. Cool. All right. I think we're solid now.
Why are
Dang.
these all over the place?
What a great waste of an hour and a half.
Oh. Don't get me started.
It's okay.
I mean, it's looking great. I love the way it's coming together. You've been doing an awesome job. I think you You've accomplished a lot more than I have tonight. So you should be happy with
What are you
it.
talking about? Your sweet like animation thing where it slides in? That's dope.
Okay, but that's that's so petite compared to what you have knocked out, sir.
I disagree, sir. Petite? No. No, no, no. Mm-mm-mm. Far from petite. What a word to use, too. Petite. That's an interesting word to use. I'll give you kudos for that, but no. Not a great word to describe what you've done today. Petite.
Why do I feel like, let's see, camera, okay, camera 1. These are all in different places. I don't understand that. Let's go look at our prefab, player prefab, Cinemachine camera 1. This thing is a mess. Cinemachine camera 1. It doesn't even have a tracking target. Okay. Set to the follow point. How do I see the right? I need to see this camera. I don't know if I can on a prefab. I'm gonna have to drop this into the scene. Let's try that. Drop player into the scene. And then we need to go to, oh, I dropped the wrong one. That's okay. Where is it? Let's just move it here. There. Okay, that's funny. Because it placed it at 0, 0, and you still got that shield there. I like it.
What shield?
That shield that you've had sitting down here at 0, 0. I dropped a ball in and it kind of, I like it. It's pretty cool.
It actually does look pretty cool.
Right?
That's pretty awesome, actually.
Oh, man. That's funny stuff. Okay. So we've got our object here. Now I want to see the camera. Now let's rename this. We'll call this camera CU. And then we're going to do change it in here, camera CU. Okay, now we're talking. We're getting somewhere. Not great places, but somewhere. Tracking the follow point. And we are, let's see, what do we want to do? Let's turn the ball? No. Yes. I don't know. I feel like maybe that would be good. let's do this. Let's go. But I don't want to mess up the relationship between those. Okay, let's go to the follow point. Right there. Okay. Let's go to this camera. And let's set the align view to selected. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, now we're going to rotate the ball. That looks good. And now we want to zoom up on this thing. We want to reduce the camera distance to 1. That totally killed it. 2. Okay. Let's try 3. 3 is good. 3 is good. Okay. Now, what I'm also wondering is, can I put this camera I feel like I want to add some masking. Let's start with what I have. We're going to drop this player back down here. That'll update that. Now we're going to delete it from here. Now we're going to save our scene. And then we're going to go back to our players up at the starting block. Let's go to the actual starting block. I think we need to also raise this up. I don't know, I can't tell. Starting block, lift.
Let's see.
Now if I go to player 3
Right
camera
there.
close up. Okay, what do we got here? Player close up. 2 close up. See, they're still all different directions. It doesn't make sense to me. It's so weird to me why it would do that. Whatever. I think the main thing to do to start off is try to spread these out a little bit. Alt. Let's see. One. I think this was one. Dang it. I think it'll look cool-ish once I get the mask on it. I think that's going to be the key. This is going to have to go
The balls still seem to be flinging out of the ring here. I don't like that.
What if you just slowed the spinning thing down a little so it wasn't quite so forceful?
You could, yeah, that's actually a good option. I was like, the other element is like having bumpers in it, like within it. That might help, but at the same time, it might be spinning too quickly. I don't know. Like I'm testing different ring sizes and whatnot. Oh, one just literally flew out right away. Oh, they're all flying out. Oh my gosh, nope. Okay, so that was a bad option. Yeah. But perhaps moving it, you're slowing the speed might do wonders, actually. Because a part of it's like, well, it would be nice to have a like once all the balls are in it, it'd be nice to have a collision that appears above it so none of them could fly out, but I don't know if that would be an appropriate thing to do. It doesn't seem like it would be the right thing to do, even in a programming sense. Like, I think we, as an artist, we can work around that. We just need to figure out what.
Oof, that's bright.
Is that your degree behind you?
What?
On the wall behind you? Is that your degree?
Yes.
What do you have a degree in?
I have a degree. I have an Associate of Applied Science in Video Production.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Pretty dope. Where did you get that at?
What?
You had to read it?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I had to, but I did. Did you say where? Art Institute of Colorado.
Oh, Colorado. Right. Oh, so I thought you got it here in Vegas, but no, in Colorado.
No, yeah, I got it. Gosh, that was back in. I graduated in 2000. Let's see. Does it say? I don't think it says. I think it was 2000. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, it's December 2000.
Right on. That's cool. I'm jealous.
So
I
that
need to
was
go
like-
through specific company to get my actual paper for my bachelor's in game production because my school shut down. I owe them $4,000 and then the school shut down.
Oh.
So then,
Tough one.
yeah, it's been a process, but I actually found the company in order for me to be able to get it sent to me. I just have to go through the process. But it'd be nice to be able to hang up my bachelor's on the wall. So I'm jealous in that sense.
I used to have, in my last setup, when I had my office in the other corner of the room, I had the whole wall filled with like all of my certificates and stuff. But it felt ridiculous and overwhelming and like more than necessary. So I took it all down and boxed it all up except for the one.
What else are you certified in?
Oh, let's see. Television broadcasting, Civil Air Patrol. I got
Air Patrol, really?
Yeah, Civil Air Patrol was cool. I did that for several years. I got a Commander's Commendation Award, which was kind of a big deal. That was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
And yeah, I was a cadet flight commander.
Wait, are you military?
No, it's a civilian. Civil Air Patrol is like a civilian branch of the Air Force. So it's very similar to ROTC in structure. A lot of people know ROTC, but they don't, if they don't know Civil Air Patrol.
I was in ROTC.
Okay, yeah, it's kind of the same structure and relationship. So it's not military; it's civilian, but you still do, full uniforms, drill, encampment, all that kind of stuff. So it's, as close as you can possibly get to being military. It's an official,
cool.
It's an official auxiliary of the United States Air Force.
That's dope. I didn't
But
even know that
it's-
was a thing.
Yeah, they do mostly search and rescue, and so they do a lot of training in search and rescue stuff, and a lot of folks will go through Civil Air Patrol as teenagers before they go into the Air Force, very similar to ROTC, or they'll end up becoming like private pilots or something. So That's pretty common.
Oh, that's dope.
That wasn't for
That's
me,
really cool.
but
You wouldn't know till you tried it.
oh, it was. I mean, I enjoyed it when I was in there. It was great, but I like had no desire to go on to the military. Um, I did like the order and structure and all that kind of thing. But yep,
Right on.
that was pretty cool. Library aide. That was another certificate I got.
Oh my babe.
What else did I have? Radio broadcaster.
Library.
Right, my library aide. I was in Boy Scouts. I had like a Boy Scout thing up there. I had my certified radio operator permit. What else? I can't even remember. Oh, my degree from Hamburger University. Don't laugh at me.
What's that?
It's actually an accredited college course.
What is that?
Right. Hamburger University is in Chicago. It is McDonald's. It's a McDonald's owned and operated like restaurant management school. And so in order to become
Really?
Yeah, in order to become a restaurant manager for McDonald's, you have to go to their thing. It's like a crammed course. It's like I can't remember. I want to say it was only like 2 weeks, something like that. It's really short. It's like all day, every day for like 2 weeks straight, kind of a thing, something like that. And you yeah, it's just part of the certification process to be a restaurant manager for McDonald's. I managed, oh gosh, 10 or 12 different restaurants, different McDonald's.
That's awesome. That's got to be some good experience.
It's experience. I don't know about the good part. I mean, there's some things that I learned from it that I took from it for sure. But I was there way too long because I really was miserable with the job. I really hated the job. And I was there for over 6 years. But
Wow.
I got
That's
moved
still
around.
fucking cool though.
I got moved around a lot because 6 years and 10 different restaurants. So that's an average of less than a year at each one. So basically what they would do is they'd move me into a restaurant and I would get things organized and structured and running smooth. And then as soon as they I'm putting in all these extra hours and all this extra work just to try to get things going right. And then as soon as they start to kind of flow and I'm seeing, reaping the benefit of my work and seeing how it's coming together and getting people trained up and creating good assistant managers and stuff like that, then they'd rip me out of it and throw me in another store that was doing bad and I'd start all over again.
You were that guy. You're like the fixer-upper.
Yeah. And so I was like really hated because I would show up and change everything. Everybody hates change. So like all the crew and shift managers and everybody would hate me because I'd come in and be changing everything according, we've been doing it this way for years. And yeah, well, that's why I'm here. Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Still, experience is experience, I guess, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's good things that came from it for sure. You know, I learned a lot about doing P&Ls and you know, inventory and you know, all kinds of stuff. And it,
That's gotta be good for your company, like having understanding profit and losses and stuff like that. Like that's important stuff when it comes to business.
for sure, for sure. Yeah, it was good experience in that sense, and you know, and I feel like I brought some good things to some of those stores that you know you kind of hope that are still around. Who knows? But like at one of the stores, I created a whole barcode inventory system that kind of revolutionized the way that we were taking inventory. Um, Cut it from like a 5 hour process down to you know, like half the time, like 2.5 hours.
Efficiency,
It was
nice.
pretty cool. I loved working on that project because it was all about organizing and little detail of everything in a very specific spot, and so I just like I would just tackle that. When I was a restaurant manager for Pizza Hut, I did like for the entire Las Vegas, not the entire Las Vegas, but for our company, which is probably about a third of the greater Las Vegas area. Um, I came up with this idea for like a map. I wonder if these are like still in use by the restaurants. Probably not. It's just been so long. Things have probably changed. Who knows? Maybe stores have been sold, or, you know, boundaries have changed, or phones have changed, or who knows. But back when I was there, I was like, you know, one of the biggest problems that we had was customers calling the wrong store and the employees not knowing who to send them to. And they would say, "Oh, yeah, you got to call this store." And they'd send them to the wrong store. And so then they'd call that store and they'd say, "Oh, no, no, it's not us." And then they'd send them either to another one or back to the one that they had just called. And so a lot of people were getting frustrated, you know, at that process, and, you know, both employees and customers. And so
All
I
right.
developed a map of Las Vegas that had every store. It had like a color coded zone that surrounded the delivery area for each store. So each store had a different color, and had it like poster size and framed and distributed. You know, I went and put it up in the by the phones at every single of our stores, and then like right over the top of the map over that section, the phone number was like right there on it. So if somebody called and was like, you know, "Yeah, we don't deliver to you," they could look at the map and say, "Okay, yeah, you're right there," and give them the phone number that it was over the top of it. It was,
Right
so
on. Right on.
bunch of stuff like that that was cool.
Efficiency, man. You're
Yeah.
an efficiency dude.
Yep. Sometimes it
That's
got me
awesome.
into trouble.
People fight efficiency
I remember. I
for
remember at
some
one of
stupid
my,
reason.
yeah. I think it was. I think that led to my leaving Pizza Hut actually, because I was like, people were taking way too many steps in the kitchen to make stuff. They would have to like walk across the kitchen to get to, you know, this fridge, and then walk over here to get to this oven, and then walk like it was just constant back and forth, tons of steps. And so I came up with a way to move things around to where things were just sort of, you do this, then you turn, then you work here, then you move 2 steps here, and then you do this. Like, so you didn't have all this back and forth. And so I reorganized the kitchen, and the regional supervisor came in and was like, "What the crap did you do?" And I'm like, "I made it more efficient." And he's like, "No, you can't just do that." It was like
Really?
I'm downplaying it a lot, but that's basically what it was pretty bad. And I'm like, I thought that's what I was here for. Like,
Wow. That sucks. I don't know. Like, I
yeah,
hate it when efficiency is like something that people just overlook and don't understand. Because workflows and efficiency can really do a huge difference in a business.
for sure.
But I don't know. Like, it seems like some people just like don't not experience, but appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
No, I mean I get it. I was definitely a bit of a what's the right word? Because those companies like Pizza Hut, McDonald's, all that, they're big, huge monster corporate. Tons. And they're cookie cutter. They've done it a million times, and so they expect every single one to just be exactly the same, and they expect you to kind of just
Mm,
come in, learn the job, show up, and do it, and move on. They're not very open to innovation, new ideas, changing things, trying to find, that they have people for that. That's not your job, when you're the
yeah, I
even
guess that makes sense.
even at a restaurant manager level, they're kind of like, that's not your job. And
Yeah.
at least with Pizza Hut, that was very much that way. With McDonald's, it wasn't quite that bad, but there were still definitely times where I'd be working on a organizational project or something, and it was always hit or miss. Like sometimes they would be like, "Wow, this is so revolutionary. This is amazing. You need to teach the rest of our restaurant managers in our district how to do this." And I literally had to go through and do a presentation to other restaurant managers, go into several other restaurants, show them what I did and how they need to do it. Like,
Oh,
I
wow.
think they had me spend like a month, like going and spending 2 days, like 2 days in this store, 2 days in this store, 2 days in this store, just going around the whole district trying to get their office set up the way I did it. It was crazy. So sometimes they were like, totally taking all it. And then there'd be other times where they'd be like, what are you doing? Why are you trying to reinvent the wheel? We have a system. This is how you do it. you know? So you never
Dang.
knew.
That's nuts.
But that's me. I was always the planner, thinker, organizer. I was never the put my head down and just do
We
what
have
they
common
tell
ground
me.
there, buddy. We have a lot of common ground there. I'm literally the same freaking way. So I know where you're coming from, and as someone who knows where you're coming from, I appreciate you and that mindset. I feel like people like us don't get that praise that we feel like we deserve. Like I
I
feel like
appreciate that.
workflows and
It's
efficiency is a huge overlooked element that a lot of people just don't really understand.
yeah. I
Actually,
mean,
where I'm working at now, like
uh-huh.
with my mom, like it's a home health company,
Yeah.
and like now that I'm in there, I've been there for 3 months, and I'm generating my own workflow that has, like, my mom was like, "Oh, you're gonna have to find your own way to do this line of work or whatever you're doing," because I'm doing a specific set of tasks, and then I go and create a couple spreadsheets, and I'm like, all right, now what? Like, my job is super boring, because I've optimized my workflow, and I'm just like, okay, what do I do? I can do this from home. Like, why am I even here? And it's just like, now I'm looking at other departments. I'm like, well, what if you did this? Or like, why is it this way? Like, what if you did it this way? And my mom's like, nope, this is just the way it is. Well, it's like, but if you did it this way, it's almost the same process, but it cuts like the workflow in half. Like, why don't you do it? Well, nope. Shut up. This is just the way it is. It's like, oh, come on. Like,
Right?
why are you paying these people to do this whenever like you can just cut the workflow in half, save money, and do it this way, and you can pay people more in this sense because they're working harder than these. It's just like efficiency, and people just are like, why are you talking? Just stop.
Yep.
Just it is the way it is, and it's
Yep.
so frustrating.
I mean, I get it from both perspectives. Being somebody who's had a managerial role, like in essentially every job I've ever had, I get it. I get it from both sides. I really do. But the problem is when you're extreme to one way or the other. For example, if I go into a job and they've hired me to do a job and I spend the whole time just thinking of ways to change things and not actually just doing my job, that's hugely problematic, you know?
I can see that, yeah.
But on the flip side, if they're like completely closed to ideas on how to improve, then that's problematic, you know? And the happy, you have to find a place in the middle. You always want to be looking for ways to improve, but you want to make sure that you're continuing to, unless you're literally hired to be, some big companies actually will have people that they hire, they bring in just to evaluate processes and efficiency, but
Right.
that was never me. I would love that job, but but I mean, I get it because like I've had people come in on my team, working for me that irritated me so bad because it's like I'm open to ideas. Like, let me know, share, but learn what it is you're talking about first. Like, for example, if, like, come in, learn the job, go through the training, and then after that, if you see ways to improve, let me know. Let's talk about it. Let's brainstorm ideas. But it would really frustrate me when on, somebody's second day working for the company, they're saying, yeah, we should buy this and invest in this platform and we should do it all with this because that's what they worked with on their last job. And so they don't even take the time to understand. They just, I'm having to learn something new and this is different than what I'm used to. You guys should just change and do this. Like, maybe, but you don't know enough yet to make that call. Like, it's
Yeah.
possible you're right, but learn the job and then let's talk, it bugs me when people try to change stuff without fully comprehending what you're doing in the first place.
For sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny to watch people come in and try to like take their own system and apply it to like a new job. It's kind of funny to watch that kind of thing happen or to be attempted. And most of the time people are like, no. Which is fair. I mean, you can't just have a new guy come in and go and change shit. Like that's just that's stuff that, unless you're hired to do that kind of thing. No, that's not how things work.
Oh, I mean, it bothered me really bad from the other perspective when I was one of my first jobs as an employee. I've been working there quite a while and learned all the processes and everything, and then they fired or demoted the store manager, and the guy they brought in to replace him day one showed up and like literally just changed everything. I mean, massive major changes, and like half the crew quit. And I'm sitting there as I was a shift manager at the time, and so like trying to cover for all all the loss, losing half your crew, like all at once essentially. Um, I ended up quitting too. Like I think I only lasted a week with this guy, if that. It was
Dang.
pretty bad. Yeah. He literally lost the entire staff by the time that week was over. Like I want to say, if I remember right, probably 75% of everybody who worked there had quit within a week of him
Sheesh.
taking over. Yeah. I mean, you want
Wow.
change, you'll get change.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe that's what he wanted.
I don't know. I doubt it. That was pretty bad.
Dang. Well, that's cool. You got all those certifications and stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a lot of experiences throughout the years. I feel like I've lived a couple lives. I've done a lot, been through a lot, worked a lot of places, learned a lot of skills, but I don't know. I feel like I'm one of those guys definitely that, you know, jack of all trades, master of none. That's like me so much. I have dabbled in so many things and, you know, put time and energy and stuff into learning tons and tons and tons of stuff. But I've never stuck with anything because I'm jumping around learning all these different skills and stuff. I'm not, it can be tough getting a job or something because I'll never be the best out there at any specific skill. But people who hire based on character or based on, I don't know, just sort of, I think it's my character, my leadership, management experience, that kind of stuff is what carries me more than my skill sets, because I'm always like not qualified, like underqualified for the jobs, but
Well, I don't know. I feel like you and I are very similar in that sense too. I too am a jack of all trades, master of none. You know, I've been I've been designing games since I was in diapers, but it's like still not even a master at it because I've been taking the time of learning all the crafts. You know, so I don't know. Well, I feel like I'm kind of in the same boat. I've acquired so many skills over the years, and I haven't reached your age, but like I don't know. I feel like I'm on that path where it's just like, oh, I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. And I'm gonna do this and do this, and I know how to do freaking everything, but I'm not a master of any of it. So I don't know.
I think of
I
all
can
the
respect that, but I do have leadership skills too. You know.
I think of all the crafts out there, I think my favorite is probably the deluxe macaroni and cheese.
That's a pretty awesome skill to have.
Oh, that's not a skill. I just like eating it.
Oh, I was just eating it up. Nice.
Oh man. Well, I know what I want to do next on this, but I'm struggling to find the energy to get it done. So I feel like this is probably a good point to call it. It is midnight.
Oh my gosh, it's 12:30. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, I've been streaming for 6 hours. Are you kidding me?
Right?
Shoot.
Exactly. So I think on that note, should we
Okay, well,
wrap?
I'm gonna push my changes.
Oh yeah.
Wrap it up, sir. I'm
Let's
gonna
see.
push, and then once
Save.
I'll get the latest update, as you should too.
Updates. New changes available.
But I think tonight was actually a really good step forward for at least me and you. I think we've established a good way for us to not step on each other's toes on the project. I think that was a really good step forward, and I think it was necessary for us to kind of establish that. I don't know about the rest of the team, but I think we had a really good discussion and just figuring out what we needed to do, because it did seem like it was a bit of a problem in that sense. So I don't know.
Yep.
I think just that
Agreed.
alone was really good for us.
I agree. I agree. I think we came up with a way to hopefully avoid these issues. I mean, let's see. Did you get these changes? Did they come through without any conflicts?
No conflicts.
Yay!
0.
All right. Yeah,
Yep.
I think we've got the way to handle it, so that's good news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big step. Huge step, really. You know,
Yeah.
so.
Okay,
the level's
let's
coming
see.
out.
So I said
got
we
that
were gonna
sweet
wrap. So
tag
let's
flying.
wrap.
Wrap it up, sir.
All right. Oh yeah. Let's go. When he says that's a wrap, it means the show's about to end. And while it might seem like crap, we don't mean to offend. Now we can all take a nap and begin to mend from hearing this here rap and hope it don't become a trend. Cause Vale, he's no rapper, he's an ordinary bloke. Might be bad, might be sad, but in the end he's just a dad. In his robe, looking dapper, can't resist a dad joke. Over the top, and he just won't stop. Thinking that deserves a mic drop. Okay, that's scary view. Ah. All right.
You said you had other videos. I want to see these other raps and videos.
I haven't gotten around to making them. I mean, I still haven't even. I shot a YouTube video tutorial on not a tutorial, but it's like a spreadsheets. It's a difference between Excel and Sheets. And I did this whole presentation and recorded it. I've been editing it, but because I've been so focused on trying to knock this stuff down, I think I shot that like 2 months ago, and I still have to wrap up the editing on it. It's like,
well, I want to see it, so let's hear it. Damn it.
yeah, the rap videos I didn't even shoot. I just wrote them down. I just have lyrics. I don't even have footage.
You got to get those. I can't wait to.
I know, but I got so many like more pressing projects. But yes, I know.
Yeah, you got a lot more on your plate, which is fair.
So much.
Oh, speaking of like the animations, did you try that new animation set that I had put in the drive?
I did
for the poke.
not.
Well, when you have time, try that and let me know how it looks.
I'm probably going to be spending
the traditional look for it, and I'm hoping that it looks appropriate.
I think it's going to be good. It looked good from what you posted in the Slack, so.
But let me know. Like I kind of don't want to continue on like the falling or whatnot until that looks good, because it's like I see how I was able to make it 256 by 256. I just want to
I'm
make sure if that looks good, I can continue with that process.
I'm gonna have to change it. I'm not gonna. I'm gonna have to change the whole sizing thing and all of that because I've got to get it to. I don't know. I mean, I could scale down. I could do. There's. It's such a pain, but the problem is I have to get these files that I have that some are like 1920 and some are 512 and some are 256, and I've got to get them all to be the same size, and not just the same size but line up, match each other in positioning, and not be out of frame or anything. It's important that it all kind of stays. So I'm gonna have to do some messing around. That's kind of my agenda for tomorrow after my stream with the folks at noon. I've got the Golden Spotlight stream. So
Right. Well, let me know. Let me know how it looks. If the animation I gave you is a little offset from like the original, just let me know, and then I can kind of adjust as long as I have like a first frame where the panda would sit. I think that would be the best element for me to continue forward.
yeah,
That way, because creating the 256, I understand that now with working with Adobe Animate. It's just that first frame I think is what I need. So just let me know how it looks and how it works out, and we'll go from there.
yeah.
But
No,
I'll continue to help you out, buddy.
appreciate it. Thanks. All right, my man.
We'll do this. We got this, buddy. Success
Yep.
is coming our way.
Yeah. Hopefully. All right, my man. Thank you.
Right. Well, sleep well, sir. And I'll
You
talk to
too.
you later today.
Yeah. All right. Take care.
Right. You too. Thanks, everybody. Have a nice night.
Good night.